There we go. I think that should work. Silent Hill 3 is now loading. Was going to ask, isn't Silent Hill 3 kind of bad emulated? Because a lot of the textures get muddy. I mean, for the most part, I think it works okay. FMVs are a little bit fucked up. But there's not many of those in the game. Who sings in this one? Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Gut Slush. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. With the big 1-year resub. Thank you so much, Gut Slush. Hope you're doing well tonight. Mary Elizabeth, isn't she the voice of Nina from Tekken? I don't know off the top of my head, but Mary Elizabeth McGlynn has done lots of voice acting work for video games and anime, all sorts of stuff. Yo, what's up, Cake or Death? No, we're doing a marathon. We're playing... I need to test out all of the PS2 versions of the Silent Hill games on my PS2 emulator. So I'm playing all of them back to back. We're kind of speedrunning the gameplay, but we're also watching cutscenes. But no, we're not doing like super in-depth. Like we just finished Silent Hill 2 in like a little over 3 hours. but I'm also playing Silent Hill 2, 3, 4, Origins, and Shattered Memories all back to back. And we're only on 3. We still got 3 more games after this. Is Yamaoka the guitar player? He's the composer, guitar player, and occasionally various other things. Pianist.
Where am I?
Playing a week's worth all tonight? Yeah, kinda. Hope you're having a good weekend, Sam Jazz. Oh my god, after doing directional controls for Silent Hill 2, I need to immediately switch back to 10 controls for Silent Hill 3. Although this game has directional controls too, I just don't use them. Yeah, it's Legion from Dead by Daylight. This looks so good. For the most part, PS2 emulation for the Silent Hill games looks pretty damn good. It's not perfect. But for the most part, looks really, really good. Hey, let me show, since we don't normally do the console versions of Silent Hill 3, let me show something that people might not know about. You can actually pull the lever to turn off the roller coaster through the wall. So we just turned it off. So let me kind of explain. If you're playing this on PC, you cannot interact with that handle unless you unlock that door and go in there and turn off the roller coaster, which you're not supposed to be able to do until way later when you come back to Lakeside for real, because this is like the intro nightmare sequence version of Lakeside Amusement Park. You come back to Lakeside Amusement Park for real later on, and there's a roller coaster key in the gift shop that you get to unlock this door to flip that switch and turn off the roller coaster. On PlayStation 2, specifically emulated PlayStation 2, if you're playing on actual hardware, you can turn off this switch, but then the game crashes once we get to the end of the roller coaster here and things are supposed to progress. The game will just stop working. It'll stop working on actual hardware. But if you're playing on PlayStation 2 emulation, PCSX2, you can turn this off and run to the end of the tracks. Sequence break, kinda. So we get this cutscene where the ghost or whatever mysteriously turns back on the roller coaster, and Heather jumps off the tracks. So this is what happens when you're here way later. Way later. But then the game tries to progress from the nightmare sequence to where you would be if you were here on the second time around to Lakeside Amusement Park towards the end of the game. But it doesn't load in Claudia's model or Douglas's model for this cutscene. So this cutscene plays out with all the dialogue, but you can't see their character models. So if we skip this. We get to Heather waking up after jumping off the tracks. And now we're already at Borley's Haunted Mansion, straight from the nightmare sequence. But here's the thing. We can keep playing this game all the way up to the very end, right before the final boss. In order to trigger the final boss in Silent Hill 3, Heather has to use an item in her inventory, a necklace that she gets from her father, Harry Mason, that has a glophatus in it. You have to be able to take that glophatus in order to trigger the final boss fight. So we can play all the way up to the point where we encounter Claudia and need to take the glophatus. But here's the thing. We only have our inventory from the nightmare sequence because we skipped straight here from the start of the game. And you don't have the necklace at the start of the game. You don't get it until you wake up in the diner. So we can play all the way up to Claudia in the church at the very end of the game from this point. But we can't actually beat the game because we don't have that necklace. It's a very, very specific thing. It only works on emulation for PlayStation 2 version. It does not work on actual hardware for PS2. It doesn't work on the PC version or any other version of the game. And obviously you can't even complete a run because you can't use the glophatus, so you can't trigger the final boss fight. But I just figured this is an opportunity to show off this kind of obscure glitch. Now that you're this far, can you go back to the diner though? Oh no, we have to completely reset. We have to totally reset. But I figured I would just show that off because it's such a specific thing. It has the potential to be one of the biggest skips in the game, but it doesn't work on any submittable versions of Silent Hill 3, and even if it did, people would have to figure out a way to trigger the final boss fight without a glophatus, or figure out a way for the game to force you to have a glophatus before that point. But yeah, just a very specific, neat skip that is very interesting but doesn't quite work. But now we'll go through it normally. Hey, Skulls.
Where am I?
I'm doing good. Hope you're having a good evening. If there's a possible exploit, I feel the speedrunners will find it. There's already so many exploits for Silent Hill 3. The speedruns, like the any percent speedruns for this game, are fucking ridiculous at this point. There is so many skips and out of bounds and sequence breaks. This game is kind of a crazy speedrun. Out of bounds speedruns are not fun to watch, maybe for you. But a lot of people very much enjoy watching them. And a lot of people very much enjoy doing any percent runs. Guessing after all this time the route must be very polished. Well, every time we get to a point where we think the route is very polished, new tech comes along and like breaks this game wide open. Like people thought this run was very, very polished a few years ago, and then someone figured out that you can go out of bounds and sequence break in a lot of spots in the game by quick saving and then quick loading whenever you are balancing on a ledge. So whenever you're playing Silent Hill 3 on normal or harder action level, you can run up to the edge of a place where you can fall to your death, and Heather will sort of balance on the edge of it and go like, whoa. If you quick save during that animation at a precise frame and then quick load the game, this is on the PC version where you can quick save and quick load anywhere, it'll basically put you out of bounds in a lot of spots, and it lets you skip pretty large chunks of the game.
Nightmare.
But it's a very specific glitch that you have to be able to nail like perfectly for it to actually save you time. And there's a lot of them. And then people also figured out even more places where you can go out of bounds where enemies push you out of bounds. So there's specific out of bounds that you can trigger by quick saving and quick loading at the edge of an area where you can fall. But then there's also areas where enemies can push you out of bounds. There's so much crazy shit in Silent Hill 3 now. Like, it is a wild any percent run.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really?
Does this version have the Silent Hill 1 voice acting in it? It does. It's just the PS2. It's the regular PS2 version. It's visually enhanced through the emulator, but
Someone that wants to meet you.
it's base PS2 version, so it'll have the Silent Hill 1 voices in it.
Of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
It's about your
I'm not
birth.
interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Sorry. Always wondered what item Heather didn't get for Harry. A protective neck brace to keep him from getting his neck slashed. Now, 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 now. Bow, now, now, now. Gotta love. End of Small Sanctuary. Yeah, all the Silent Hill 1 audio was cut from the PC release and later Silent Hill 3 releases. But original PS2 version, which is what I'm playing, is it's got the Silent Hill 1 voices intact.
Stay back! Get the
This is the part where you fall down.
What the hell is this thing?
Yeah. The body, the corpse over here is Angela's model from Silent Hill 2 being reused. There's a bunch of reused Silent Hill 2 assets in this game, but not enough to be like super distracting. Except for maybe Brookhaven. Look, everybody, it's time for the funny meme. It's bread. But you see, the whole idea behind the meme is that Heather says very simple, basic stuff about what's in her environment. But you see, if you press the button and continue, there's actually dialogue. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. So I'm sorry to ruin the meme for you forever. But she doesn't just say it's bread. She says other things too. Because that's how this game is. Heather says lots of stuff about like everything in the environment. And I love this game for that. People taking things out of context on the internet say it isn't so. I mean, it's a good meme. It's a good meme. I'll give it that. The banging with headphones? I know. It still throws me off. I don't even have like an upstairs, but I'm still like, oh my god, there's someone in my attic. Yeah, the audio in this game is like really ridiculously good. Really quickly, here's our Norman Reedus cameo right there. And see, College Magazine. Right to the left of Heather's orange wristband on her left hand. There's a white and blue magazine that says college at the top. And it's got a picture of three men like next to each other. One of those men is Norman Reedus. It's a still shot from a movie that he was in at the time, and the devs literally just used it as a random magazine cover, because they've used a bunch of magazine covers to fill out this bookstore. And it just so happened that one of them has Norman Reedus on it. Shakespeare puzzle, is there really no hint about this in this game? Well, on this difficulty, we're just speedrunning, so we're on easy action, easy riddle. So this is the puzzle. You put the books on the shelf, and it's 1075. If you're doing hard mode, you get a little bit of a clue for some of them. You get a clue for Othello and stuff like that, but realistically, to solve the Shakespeare puzzle, you need to know at least a little bit of Shakespeare.
What's going on? Where is everybody?
No, Queso, these are not in-depth playthroughs. This is a marathon of 5 games back to back. We're speedrunning the gameplay and watching the cutscenes.
The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
5 games? 6 games. 2, 3, 4, Origins. No, 5 games. 2, 3, 4, Origins, and Shattered Memories.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
We're just playing all the PS2 games.
Remember me. And
Testing out PCSX2 emulator.
also that which you must become.
I've updated it to the most recent version and tweaked some settings.
Right?
Stream timer? No, the stream timer reset because my internet was shit.
It was the hand
So my OBS had to restart. We've been going for about 4 hours.
Wait! I don't get it.
I don't
What
get
does she
it.
want me to remember?
I don't get it. What's heavier? Kilogram of feathers? Or a kilogram of steel? I don't get it. Is this game Claudia's nightmare, Heather's nightmare, or both? It is predominantly Heather's nightmare, but it is being heavily influenced at particular times by Claudia. Yeah, Vincent makes mention of that at the very end of the game.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. But when am I going to let go?
Yo, my boy Valtiel. He wants us to go find 3 lunchboxes so he can give us a shovel. Do you get it? Do you get it, everybody? That's a reference to everyone's favorite Silent Hill game, Book of Memories, where Valtiel is your quest giver on every zone. And he tells you to do things like find 3 lunchboxes or find 3 lawn gnomes or guide Mira, the dog, to safety. And then he gives you a reward, such as a shovel or a rancid pudding cup. If one were to get a free copy of Book of Memories, is it even worth a single playthrough? If you're like a super hardcore Silent Hill completionist and you want to finish it just to say that you've beaten every other Silent Hill game and you want to finish that one as well and you've got a copy of it and a Vita or a PSTV for free, go ahead. Go ahead. Play it for 21 zones, get an ending, and then be like, wow, that was terrible. I'm never playing this again. If you're not that hardcore of a Silent Hill fan, then I would honestly just not bother with Book of Memories at all. If you still have other Silent Hill games in the series that you've not played, don't even bother with Book of Memories. If you're like, oh, I love the Silent Hill games, but I've only played 2, 3, and 4. It's like, yeah, go play 1. Go play Shattered Memories. Go play Origins. Go play Homecoming. Go play Downpour. Go play the play novel. Go play the arcade game. Then play Book of Memories. Maybe. If you really still want something new Silent Hill to play. Some other thing with Silent Hill in the title. Because that game is not in any way really a Silent Hill game, but in name only. Yeah, go read the comics. Go watch the movies. Go watch the Colton Dietz fan films. Go play the Alchemilla fan game. Go play the Orphan mobile games. And then, if you still have other Silent Hill things you want to do, I guess you could play Book of Memories. Oh, there it is. Daddy. We get the Cheryl dialogue from Silent Hill 1. The audio is there. We got a nut. So if you've ever seen my emotes and you're wondering why does Nub have a nut emote, that's why. That walnut right there that we just picked up. It's nut. Nut. Just love how the nut is in motion. Well, because the full context is it's not any nut. It's a quick nut. Because I used to make a really big deal when I was actively speedrunning this game about picking up that walnut quickly. And it just became a meme that I cared about. Like, I'd sit here and I'd grind out speedruns. And I would try and do that room perfectly, where I pick up that nut very quickly. So we have the quick nut. The quick nut emote. And now we bust the nut. Get our moonstone. I'm so sorry, Scam Train. Hopefully she can take it easy and make a full recovery. But sorry to hear. With this moonstone, I can finally evolve my Nidorino. My Clefairy. Never understood what the pendulums represented, the passage of time. It's a good way to interpret it. Like a lot of the enemies and visuals and like this game is just layered in so many different types of visual metaphors. A lot of things often have multiple meanings, but passage of time, they're literally called pendulums. They move in a very like circular pattern. They rotate around, which could be viewed as Heather's cycling sort of life cycle, since she's being reincarnated, born living as Alessa, being split into Alessa and Cheryl, dying and being reborn as Heather. Penis worm. Speaking of visual metaphors, this is a game very, very much revolving around themes of birth and impregnation. So, the big penis worm popping in and out of holes,
Just like before.
it's exactly what you think it is. They call it a split head worm, but we really know. We all really know. I don't, Mr. Nub. Can you elaborate? Nope.
Heather,
It's you.
Eraserhead is one of my Eraserhead is my most spiritual film.
One of them.
what did I do?
Can you elaborate on that? No.
What do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
Would have liked to see more information about Douglas in this game. Me too. Me too. We get very precious little about Douglas. He's 50-something years old. He's a private investigator. He's a penniless, good-for-nothing. He had a son who got shot robbing a bank. And we know that he himself has shot somebody at some point. Killed somebody at some point. We don't know if it was him who shot his son. We know that he used to be a police officer before he was a private investigator. We know that he wears boxers with hearts on them. Gonna pass Minmo like... Okay. Hold on. Growing strong and healthy. Minmo. Cat food's Minmo. Look at that adorable Minmo. Missed the ending of Silent Hill 2. What did you get? We got the Maria ending. When did he shoot someone? See, we don't know. We don't know the extra information as far as Douglas's backstory. But he threatens shooting and killing Claudia. And Claudia asks him if it would really be that easy for him. And Douglas says, I've done it before. That's it. That's it. Feel free to discuss. But that's all we get. Yeah, we got the better do something about that cough ending for Silent Hill 2. He's really James at old age. Can you imagine if we actually got a new Silent Hill game that was a direct sequel to Silent Hill 2, where you play as an old man James, and he looks just like Frank. He looks just like his dad in Silent Hill 4. What is your favorite side character story out of all the games? So, like, not a main character. Favorite side character. Not a protagonist or antagonist. Like, main protagonist or antagonist. That's a really good question. Probably Lisa from Silent Hill 1, or Angela from Silent Hill 2. But there's a lot of really good side character stuff throughout the games. There's a lot of really good Silent Hill 4, like Walter's victims, where if you read about their lore on the extra notes that were on the fucking website, they're really interesting, like Jasper and his friends. But yeah, probably Lisa from 1 or Angela from 2. The story behind Cynthia's Robbie tattoo. She just really loves Lakeside Amusement Park. I mean, we've kind of talked about this during some story playthroughs where maybe in the context of the universe of Silent Hill, Lakeside Amusement Park is like fucking Disney World, and Robbie the Rabbit, Robbie the Rabbit is basically like Mickey Mouse. So the same way that you would see people have like random Disney tattoos, or like Bugs Bunny with a gun, that kind of thing. Robbie the Rabbi. Rabby the Robbit. He's a robot. Nub has lost it. I know. We're only on the second game of the marathon, and I've only had 1.5 large glasses full of apple pie flavored moonshine. And I'm losing my mind already. Games surrounding an abandoned amusement park in this world would be sick. I mean, we have our moments. Silent Hill 1, you're in the amusement park to fight Sybil and do all that stuff. And Silent Hill 3, you start in the nightmare of the amusement park and then go there later. I don't know if you'd want an entire game strictly focused on it, though. Imagine if Silent Hill was a place kept locked up a la Stalker, and people sneak in for inspiration and personal insight or some shit. I don't know. I personally am fine with just keeping the concept of Silent Hill is an actual physical place. It's a town with a weird spiritual power that can affect reality, and different people are affected by it differently. I don't feel like Silent Hill has to be anything more or less than that. It's a town with a weird spiritual power where weird shit happens to reality. Like, as much as I meme on it in Downpour with DJ Bobby Ricks being like, this place does strange shit to reality. Downpour gets a lot of things wrong, But that statement, out of context, just by itself, is pretty accurate. Like, it should just kind of be this town where weird shit happens. For some people, it's mostly normal, except a cult is also there, but nobody really talks about it. And that's it. That's the extent of it. For other people, it's like nightmare world. For other people, it's a nice place to go on vacation, but weird stuff still happens from time to time. It is kind of just Twin Peaks. It is definitely, I mean, that was a huge inspiration to Team Silent when they were making these games, so it's kind of appropriate. Is Twin Peaks worth a watch? Absolutely. Absolutely. Watch all of it. All 3 seasons. And Fire Walk with Me. It is worth your time. Wait, isn't Silent Hill abandoned after 1? The town, I mean. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because we have no concept of a real timeline outside of, like, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 being 17 years apart from each other. If we're going by just what Team Silent writes about the games, like in the first 4 games, what they say about Silent Hill, it's pretty much all but completely abandoned by the time you get to Silent Hill 3. But then other games treat it differently. And like I said, we don't even have an actual timeline. Like, there's lots of fan theory timeline out there, but outside of Silent Hill 1 and 3, there are no explicit dates given for any of the Team Silent Hill games. People just kind of have to hobble together a timeline from little tiny things here and there. And you have to keep in mind, like, it's a fictional universe. Things in this fictional universe are not going to necessarily line up with things in our actual real reality. Like, I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase this and give an example. There's a lot of fans that look at Silent Hill 1 and they're like, okay, Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason drives a Jeep YJ Wrangler. And the Jeep YJ Wrangler didn't actually start in production until 1987. So the earliest that Silent Hill 1 could take place would be 1987, so that Harry would have that model of Jeep. But Silent Hill is a fictional universe based on our own real one. Who's to say that in the Silent Hill universe, the Jeep YJ Wrangler wasn't invented 6 years sooner than in our reality? Like, we can't base a timeline around those kinds of things. Same thing where people are like, Silent Hill 2, a lot of people argue that Silent Hill 2 might take place before Silent Hill 1. Because James's style of dress and a lot of the way the characters dress and a lot of James's car and a lot of the stuff looks like it's from the 70s. But then he has a VHS tape and a VCR player for the hotel segment, which would have put it into the 80s. But again, who's to say that those things existed in the Silent Hill universe at the same time that they existed in our real reality? Who's to say that the VCR wasn't invented in 1976 in the Silent Hill timeline? You know what I mean? Like, people try to base timelines around that sort of stuff, and when you're talking about like a fictional world, that just doesn't apply. Like, it's based on our own reality, but it is not accurate to our reality. James is wearing military jacket and jeans, regular dress in any timeline, but the specific style of military jacket that he wears is from the 1970s. It's what a lot of Vietnam soldiers wore. Like, but the thing is, that's not supposed to be an indicator of what time frame Silent Hill 2 takes place in. It's an indicator that Team Silent really liked the movie Jacob's Ladder and modeled James's clothing after its main character. That's it. It's a reference to a horror film that Team Silent is a big fan of. But then fans look at it as being like an indicator of what year the game takes place. And that's where, like, me personally, I do not buy into that sort of thing establishing a timeline. Because it's a fictional world. Unless we have the games specifically give a date or a time as a reference to another point in time in the game series, then I don't consider there to be any timeline outside of that. And the only time we really get that in the original Team Silent games, the first 4 games, is with Silent Hill 1 and this game, Silent Hill 3. This game explicitly says it takes place 17 years after the events of Silent Hill 1. Outside of that, Silent Hill 2 could take place at any real time. Silent Hill 4 could take place at any real time. And then even going further with that, like, some people look at Silent Hill 4 and they're like, oh, Frank Sunderland mentions that James went missing with his wife, so it has to take place after Silent Hill 2. But we don't know the context of James and his relationship with Frank Sunderland. Frank is never mentioned in Silent Hill 2. So he could have married Mary or eloped and been on bad terms with his father, Frank Sunderland, and then disappeared as far as Frank knew. But it wasn't when the events of Silent Hill 2 happened. It could have been way before or during. Like, it's not an indicator of timeline unless you make a lot of assumptions. And for some fans, they can be all right with those assumptions. But me, I don't know. Personally, I always leave room for doubt. Like this game, Silent Hill 3. A lot of people will argue that 3 takes place after 2. Because Douglas says he's been to Silent Hill before, once, on a missing persons case, and that he never found the guy. So you have a bunch of fans who are like, oh, obviously Douglas is talking about James. But he doesn't name James specifically. And if you think about it, lots of fucking people go missing in Silent Hill. Like, all the goddamn time. You find tons of notes in the first 4 games alone about people mysteriously disappearing from Silent Hill. Why would you assume that Douglas just saying he went to the town once on a missing persons case? Why would you assume that that's James? For some fans, it's like, oh, obviously it's a reference, you know, to the game that came out before this. But not necessarily. Not necessarily in my perspective. So that's why I don't like applying a timeline to any of this stuff. You've got Silent Hill 1, you've got Silent Hill 3 that's 17 years after that. But then 2 is very nebulous, 4 is very nebulous. Origins messes up the timeline and story of 1, so it's unreliable. Homecoming had a bunch of diary entries and extra materials that were on the website that tried to give it a timeline, and even Homecoming knew better than to give it a specific timeline. It just put in like 19 something and then like smudged the last 2 numbers of the date when Homecoming tries to put all of Silent Hill in a timeline. So, I don't know. None of that shit makes sense. Ito will just change the canon with a tweet. Oh shit.
By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
Hey, there we go. Some Michael Gwynn voice lines in Silent Hill 3. There's my guy. Good old Michael Gwynn. Harry Mason.
No, not again.
Yeah, that audio is cut out of the PC version of Silent Hill 3 because of a lawsuit. Most people know about the HD collection and the voice actors and the OG voice actors, that whole fucking scandal. But a lot of people don't realize that Konami did all of that stuff before with Silent Hill 3. When Silent Hill 3 came out, they used a bunch of Silent Hill 1 voice audio without telling the Silent Hill 1 voice actors. And one of the Silent Hill 1 voice actors, Thessaly Lerner, who voices Lisa, when she was told that her voice is being used in a new Silent Hill game, she threatened to sue Konami, and Konami settled with her out of court. They paid her off. And in subsequent releases of Silent Hill 3 at that point, aka the PC version, all the Silent Hill 1 audio is cut out of the game to prevent any further lawsuits. But then they fucked it all up and did the exact same thing again with the HD collection years later.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
By the way, Ducky, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for the 63-month resub. I'm sorry, I've been ranting for like the last 12 minutes straight.
Don't forget it, okay?
Wait, we got weird shit? I'm down. Oh, you know we're down. You know we're down for that weird shit. Thank you so much, Ducky. Hope you're doing well, man.
But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember?
Why does Vincent have an office at the medical center? I don't think this is his office. I think he's just poking around. He's mostly keeping an eye on Heather, too.
To keep you on his side, eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Don't talk about my dad like that.
I apologize. Please, calm down.
You see how desperate Vincent is to calm her down at this point?
I know everything.
If you know the story of Silent Hill 3,
About your past, too.
you understand this in the context of what's happening.
No, even that?
That's why I'm asking. If
Vincent
you know
knows
it, then tell me
that
how
Heather
to
is
answer
impregnated
this.
with a god.
Not yet.
He knows that she is Alessa reborn.
Why not enjoy yourself?
And he knows that the god that's inside of Heather is going to grow
I feel like I'm going
faster
crazy.
the more negative emotion that Heather feels.
All?
So as soon as Heather starts feeling anger towards him for calling Harry sneaky,
Most fascinating.
talking shit about her father,
Wait! I'm not finished
he
talking.
desperately starts going, please calm down, because he does not want the god to be born. He wants to
Something
ruin Claudia's plan. Because he likes this world. He likes reality as it is. He doesn't want a god being born and cleansing the world with fire. He likes money and worldly pleasures. Vincent is chaotic good. I wouldn't say that. He's neutral. He's self-censored. Self-centered, not censored. Chaotic neutral. Like, technically, what he's doing is good, but it's not because it's a good thing to do. It's because it's in line with his own personal desires. Vincent says he wanted both Claudia and Heather to die, so I don't know about that. I mean, exactly. He's not really on the side of good or evil. He wants Heather and Claudia dead. Because people having special powers that can birth gods that affect reality does not line up with his agenda. So, Claudia's definitely got to go. And as far as he's concerned, Heather also. But yeah, it's not exactly Vincent trying to save the world. He just cares about himself. I hate that in the movie they made him Heather's love interest. Yeah, Silent Hill Revelations. Just fuck that movie. The movie is so awful. They make Vincent Claudia's son, who falls in love with Heather, which might be incest? Because Claudia refers to Dahlia as being her sister, but we don't know if that's like, are they related by blood sisters? Or is it they're part of the same cult / religion? So they refer to each other as sisters? Incest? What the fuck did I just walk into? We're having a very highbrow intellectual discussion about the film Silent Hill Revelations, where they changed the character Vincent into being Heather's love interest. But he says in the movie that Claudia is his mother, and Claudia says that Dahlia is her sister, and Dahlia is the mother of Alessa, who is reborn as Heather. So does that make Heather and Vincent having a love interest incestuous? That's the discussion we're having. Nomadic Jam, thank you so much for the 5 months. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Does she have the same blood after being reborn? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that information should be out there somewhere. Usually Japan is all about listing blood types for their characters in games and movies and stuff. You don't want to know how White Claudia gets made? Well, first you hold down Claudia Wolf. And second, you get a big old jug of bleach. Fuck. This is already getting bad. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Boo-doo. Feel like I haven't caught a Silent Hill stream in what seems like ages, so I thought I'd show some small appreciation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate your small appreciation. Mega Rad Man. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 9 months. Glad you enjoy it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Maybe it's just perspective, but seems like a big can. Maybe Heather is just very small. Maybe she is a small girl. She's a very small girl. With itty bitty hands.
Tu fui ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
What was that? Doesn't the key in the can use the same logic as the bulb in the can? Makes no sense they'd ever find these things. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's why that puzzle, there's not really much to it. It's literally just a vending machine in the same room where you find a coin. So that you would think to use it there and get that can that has that key. But otherwise, yeah. That is light bulb in a tin can levels of logic. Very intuitive. You're a genius. You're a genius. You shook the can. God. Some fellow twin perfect Shattered Memories enjoyers. What did she do? What did she read in the paper? It's a bedtime story about a priestess who dies and then comes back to life and then says magical words that remove a monster. So Heather, a character who has died and come back to life, says magical words and removes a monster that allows her to leave the building that she's in. Time for sad.
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
The widescreen on the emulator shows that the top of his head is like flat.
No!
They cut his head off.
No!
You monster, Frisbee. It's okay, don't worry. It's not Harry. It's very clearly James wearing Harry's clothes. It is actually James's model from Silent Hill 2, by the way.
Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
I'll get you, you bitch.
There is another reason.
Wasn't his face supposed to be hidden? Normally it is. But I'm playing on an emulator using a widescreen mod. So the field of view is much wider than it normally is.
No, I'll never understand!
And it allows you to see his full model.
You must try to remember me and your true self as well. You will
In
grow
unmodified versions of the game, you don't see his
an
face.
eternal paradise.
Except for the HD collection.
He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do?
What will you do?
I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent
What will you do? Why would she send this thing after Heather to kill her? She needs her alive. She doesn't intend to kill her. She intended for Harry Mason to be killed so that Heather will feel the anger and the sadness and all of the negative emotions that cause the god inside of her to grow faster.
Say anything.
And he's there to slow Heather down so that Claudia can
Leave me alone
make her
already.
escape to Silent Hill.
Calm down. I just...
Calm down. How am I supposed to do that? My
Even though
brother
you
is
can die there
murdered.
from a gameplay standpoint, it wouldn't be very exciting if you couldn't for plot reasons, you know?
This is all your fault. If it weren't for you,
I'm sorry.
then go.
If it'll make you feel better, I will.
And then Douglas left, and Heather realized moving an adult dead body by yourself is difficult, so she asked him to come back and help her move the body.
Is he okay like this?
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
Missionary's HP and strength nerfed when it becomes a normal enemy? Oh, of course.
What do you do now?
They're considered completely different enemies, like boss missionary and normal missionary.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice.
Who do you kill when you kill that missionary?
About God
Who
or
says that it has to be a
paradise. If
person?
That's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away
And
with what
don't
she
you
did.
fucking say Vincent.
When I find her,
Creatures are manifested.
I'll kill her myself.
They are created. It's not like a person that appears as a monster to Heather.
Maybe not.
Heather is killing manifested creatures.
How are you gonna get there?
Vincent doing his whole "they look like monsters to you" line is literally just to fuck with Heather.
I'll give you a ride.
It's explained in that same cutscene.
Need your help.
But just like the "it's bread" line that becomes a meme, people latch on to the one thing and don't pay attention to the rest of the context.
Partly respect.
They latch on to the one line from Vincent, and they don't pay attention to any of the rest of Vincent's dialogue through the entire game,
Come by.
or even the rest of that scene, where it's like, he's fucking with you.
Might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
Oh, poor Douglas. Boom, 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 new, 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 new. Boom, 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 boom.
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Vincent?
He's a friend of yours, right?
I'm not sure.
He said when we get to Silent
Top things you didn't know about Silent Hill.
and he gave
Number
me this
15. Burger King Centralia lettuce.
map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but We've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it. Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold?
There's a YouTuber that sounds exactly like that. That is who I am mocking.
What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway?
What's
Used
the
to be a
deal
nice,
with Silent
quiet
Hill?
little town.
It's not silent, and there aren't any hills.
You've been there?
Once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town.
Mm-hmm.
My
You
line
said
of
it,
work,
brother.
You hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I love this scene. Like, just looking at the camera shots between the two characters,
Sorry.
the rain
Didn't mean to.
on the windshield and the windshield wipers in the background, and just like the ambient car sounds, and then this music comes in. Beautiful, beautiful cutscene.
Anyway, I thought you grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe you're car sick.
Could have just cut to Silent Hill, but no, I like it a lot. And the thing is, this entire sequence, this whole scene, is just here to fill in players that didn't play Silent Hill 1. This is your summary of Silent Hill 1.
Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of
This could have easily just been a note. But they built a whole fucking amazing sequence around it to just
Crazy.
do exposition.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
You've got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms. Before she died, she gave the baby to my father. He loved me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
We were put here on this earth, put here to feel joy. Yeah, amazing sequence and music and atmosphere.
I'm gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah,
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right.
You were put here on this earth to feel joy, Nomadic.
I'm afraid.
Everyone. You were all put here on this earth to feel joy.
I'm 50-something years old. I've never seen nothing like this.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I saw the Silent Hill band live when they were in San Antonio, Texas for San Japan. I was one of the staff for many years at San Japan. So I got to see the Silent Hill band live. Got my guitar autographed by the band.
Right.
And they did Letters from the Lost Days live. And Mary Elizabeth McGlynn had this whole thing where she was like talking to the audience about how you were put here on this earth to feel joy. And I may or may not have cried. I might have shed some tears hearing that song performed live and having Mary giving like a motivational speech as like a spoken word whispery ASMR part of it. Oh yeah, it was a super cool experience. I'm a little sad that it was not like the full band. It was Akira Yamaoka and Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. And then they had their tour drummer, Israel Uloa, not Joe Ramersa. And they had a new tour bass player. It was a really young, I want to say like 17 or 18-year-old Japanese guy that was playing bass. Yeah, Troy Baker wasn't there playing bass or singing. But it was still an absolutely amazing concert to see live. And then I got all four of them to autograph a guitar for me, which I then gifted to Hirimi. And Hirimi still has it to this day. Was I able to record the performance? I personally did not record it. I think there are some uploads on YouTube of people who recorded bits and pieces on their phone. There might be a full recording that's a little bit more professional out there, but no, I personally didn't record it. Because I was working at the con, I kind of had to like finish up my shift and do other stuff before I got to get to the concert. So I missed the very, very beginning of it, like while they were just starting and setting up. I got there just a little bit late. Before or after HD collection? This was after. This was after HD collection. I'm trying to remember what year it was that the Silent Hill band came to San Japan. That would have been 2014. Something like that. Right. Now, this is where my brain gets fucked up, because especially since I just played Silent Hill 2 before this. This is Silent Hill 3 Brookhaven. Not Silent Hill 2 Brookhaven. Even though we go to a lot of the same places, stuff is sort of all over. But I always get confused in Brookhaven between Silent Hill 2 and 3, especially if I've just played them both. Well, because, like, look, this is where you would normally come to get the shotgun and the bent needle in 2. And you still come here in 3. But in Silent Hill 2, the stairwell is unlocked so that you can get from floor to floor, so that you can solve puzzles, so that you can get the elevator unlocked to get to a different floor. In Silent Hill 3, you go to a lot of the same rooms, but it's the opposite. The elevator works, but the stairs are locked. The stairwell is locked off. So you're kind of going and doing similar things. But not quite the same. Like, you go into a lot of the same rooms, but you're doing the opposite. Silent Hill 2, you're unlocking the elevator by using the stairwell. Silent Hill 3, you're unlocking the stairwell by using the elevator. Yeah, Silent Hill 1 hospital was Alchemilla. 2 and 3 is Brookhaven. And then Silent Hill 4 is St. Jerome's. Stuff about Leonard. Bitch, you almost shot me. Big no. Thank you so much for the 10 months. So many hospitals. There might be something wrong with this town. Seriously, there's a lot of hospitals. You've got Alchemilla Hospital. You've got Brookhaven Hospital. You've got Oak Grove Sanitarium in Origins. You've got St. Jerome's, but that's not in Silent Hill. That's in South Ashfield. Yeah, Brookhaven. Do we count Brookhaven as its own separate entity compared to Brookhaven? Wasn't there another one in Homecoming? Well, Homecoming starts in a hospital, and that hospital is supposed to be Alchemilla, but it's a nightmare version of it. It's Alex's nightmare, so it's not actually Alchemilla. Brookhaven is Brookhaven's otherworld counterpart. Fair. Man, so many creepy little details, like the fact that you still hear the nurses breathing when you have like your inventory open, that just really add to all of this. Like you can't just go into your menu, your inventory, and stop the sounds that are around you. They still persist. I know there's a suspicious place between the wall and the shelf. We're using the camera. We're getting our number. Ooh, some weird lighting textures. That's like some of the first visual issues with the emulator. 5871. First, like, really noticeable visual problems with the emulator. Oh yeah, typical American hospital. It's got a submachine gun in the basement. Shit. What was it? 5871. God, moving the cursor on console version compared to PC is very different. Time for Leonard.
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. Ah, what a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know her, do you? Are you one of her followers?
No, never. When I find her, I'm...
I can feel the hatred.
What?
Behind your words. The anger. You plan
I'm sorry, but she killed my father.
She's a fool, but she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways, but I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here, and I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal? The end of the hall on the second floor.
End of the hall on the second floor? We do some Metal Gear Solid style repeat back the important information so that the players will absorb it. Metal Gear? Know who comes to mind when I think of Leonard? Malcolm McDowell. You know what? Same. Honestly, I don't feel like Malcolm McDowell was necessarily a bad casting choice for Leonard Wolf, but Revelations completely wastes what they could have had from such a good actor playing Leonard Wolf. And to make matters worse, they almost fucking blinded him when they were making Silent Hill Revelations. They gave Malcolm McDowell, Leonard Wolf, is blind, and they give Malcolm McDowell these like all white scleria contacts to wear. And he had like a bad reaction to the contacts that fucked up his eyes. Seal of Metatron. We get some more Silent Hill 1 audio here. This one doesn't make my head hurt when I look at it. Lisa.
Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
So that little bit of audio right there, where we hear Thessaly Lerner, Lisa's voice actress from Silent Hill 1. Thessaly found out about the use of her voice in this game. She threatened to sue Konami. Konami settled with her out of court. And that's why the Silent Hill 1 audio is missing from the PC port of Silent Hill 3. Hey, Valtiel. So you're saying that on record, Silent Hill Revelations does indeed cause physical pain. It definitely did for Malcolm McDowell. Isn't that Lisa's face on the wall there? The photo of the mouth. No, that is a common misconception. There is some artwork of Lisa smiling that a lot of people mistakenly think is the smiling face that we see around Silent Hill 3. But the artwork is completely different. So there's a couple answers as to who that mouth is. There is the realistic, what is the source for the visuals of that mouth that they use for the artwork. And then there is the in-game lore explanation for what the mouth is supposed to represent. The in-game lore explanation, according to Masahiro Ito, is that the mouth is supposed to represent Alessa's shrieking insanity, the loss of sanity for what remains of Alessa in Heather. The mouth itself, visually, is Marilyn Monroe. It's taken from a very famous photo of Marilyn Monroe smiling and then heavily altered digitally. They remove the nostrils, they add different textures, bruising and blood, even braces to some of the places where you see it. But the mouth itself belongs to Marilyn Monroe. In-game, it's supposed to represent Alessa and her mouth and her screaming insanity, the last of Alessa's sanity sort of leaving. But it is not Lisa. Common misconception. A lot of people think that because there's a famous image, it's in the blooper post-credit scene in Silent Hill 1 where Lisa's smiling, and then it was also used on a Silent Hill 1 soundtrack. But you can compare Lisa's mouth to the mouths in the Silent Hill 3 and see that they are very different. It's a different mouth smiling. And then you can compare it to the famous photo of Marilyn Monroe, and it's like spot on. Oh yeah, that's right. We actually have that Lisa smile. That's the A Lisa Frank Your Face Z emote. Bloober, question mark. Silent Hill rumors, question mark. Exclamation point leak. Leak. There you go. Yami's got you. This cutscene's optional, but I mean, come on. We gotta look at this. We gotta watch this one.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
It's not my birthday. And the ages that the happy birthday caller gives are just adding together. Alessa's age, Cheryl's age, and Heather's age. Since they are all reincarnations, essentially, of each other, or versions of the same person. Is the Joker calling? Yes. He calls Heather and he says, "Why so serious?" Are you streaming whatever Silent Hills were on the PS2 just to see how the games look on the PS2 emulator? Pretty much. Pretty much. Some of them I've already kind of tested. Some of them I did not test as thoroughly. So we're just going through all of them back to back to test stuff out. Happy birthday caller. We never know who the happy birthday caller is. Both in the context of the game and as far as like who the voice actor is. Do not know. The person does not have a credit. Testing stuff? Yep. I had to reinstall PCSX2, which is the PS2 emulator that I use. And I had to get all of the Silent Hill games set up on the emulator again. So we're testing out all the Silent Hill 2, or excuse me, all of the PlayStation 2 Silent Hill releases. But we've already done a playthrough of Silent Hill 2. We're on 3 now. After this is 4, then Origins, then Shattered Memories. Still going to be a pretty long marathon. Hey, Bad Bunny, thank you so much for the host. Hope you're doing well. Sure, let's go ahead and save. Very important lore question. What cake does Heather get for her birthdays? Strawberry cheesecake. All right, take it easy, Broken Saint. Have a good night.
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha!
What time of day is it for me? It is 4:18 in the morning.
First, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I love that response. What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do.
Why don't you sound interested in the things I'm talking about?
That kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other.
Do you think people would really do that? Go on the internet and tell lies?
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my...
You don't believe in the Bloober Team leaks?
You plan to destroy...
Unbeliever!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine. I was appointed by God to be its guardian. The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God.
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Got him. That was easy, damn. Yeah, if you know how to fight Leonard on every difficulty, you can basically stun lock him that same way, even all the way up to Extreme 10. On Extreme 10, it's a lot more precise. You have to be very particular with where you're positioned and how quickly you shoot and cancel your shotgun shots and reload your shotgun. But from easy difficulty all the way up to Extreme 10, if you know how to beat Leonard, you just knock him down and then stun lock him with the shotgun and submachine gun on harder difficulties. Just like that.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
But surely it's a good thing. It means he
See,
was one of
even
God's
despite their
beloved
bad
ones.
relationship, Claudia
mock God
is upset that her father has been killed.
You'll go to hell, Vincent.
But it's kind of nice that
You'll
Heather...
never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
Claudia killed Heather's dad.
And you think God...
So Heather's like, I will kill your dad.
Huh.
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you?
See, Vincent likes fucking with people.
I saw the way
He likes pushing people's buttons.
kicked you and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You're wrong.
You don't understand.
You're wrong, Vincent.
None of you do.
There's a lot more to the faith than just that. They've got some sort of legitimate powers. Leonard is kind of a boring looking boss. I would say visually he's not as interesting as a lot of the other bosses and creatures. He's just sort of like big zombie man. Big, gross, wet zombie man with big paddle arms. But he's interesting to think about. I think he's a really interesting boss conceptually. Because he's treated as though he is alive. Like, Claudia acts like her father has just been killed. He's not just a manifestation. But he's obviously not, like, human. He's the only creature who, like, talks to you. And he acts like he talks to Claudia on the phone as like a regular thing.
He went out.
Considering he confuses Heather with Claudia on the phone.
Was there someone else here just now?
Banger alert.
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Now.
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
Vincent, such a trustworthy person. I mean, everybody trusts when he says they look like monsters to you. Everyone just believes Vincent at face value. Because Vincent, you know, most trustworthy character in the game. Definitely doesn't say shit just to fuck with people. And as a means to his own ends. He can convince folks of things? Get out. What the hell? That's such a bad pun. I thought it was a typo at first. That's the best you'll get at 4:30 a.m. That's fair. That's fair. Oh.
Oh, hell.
I love that reaction. Ah, hell. I had a bad fucking nightmare in a Happy Burger a few hours ago. I guess maybe like a day ago at this point. And now we're fucking here. We're here for reals. With all the bloody Robbie costumes and everything. But now we can actually skip picking up the roller coaster key. Just like we did in the nightmare sequence, we don't need to pick up the roller coaster key. We can pull the lever to turn off the roller coaster through the wall, except this time we actually have our pendant, our Aglophidus necklace, in our inventory to finish the game, as opposed to doing this during the nightmare sequence in the beginning. But yeah, there's a console exclusive glitch in Silent Hill 3. You don't need to pick up the roller coaster key. You can just turn off the roller coaster through the wall. Does not work on PC version.
Serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when a lesser Mother of God...
Would you buy any of the Silent Hill merch from the Konami store? Some of the merch feels slapped on. Some of them look cool. All of them are sold at rip-off prices. I personally would not buy any of the Silent Hill merch.
What kind of place is that?
But
place with no pain,
that being said,
no sickness, no
my friend Sock Ninja sent me the Silent Hill
and all will live by God's grace.
Welcome to Silent Hill town sign desk mat. And Cyborg Rachel got me the pyramid head, red silhouette pyramid head on black t-shirt. So I've got one of the shirts and the desk pad.
Still don't understand.
That's all I have from the official merch. Although my offer still stands, if somebody sends me a Silent Hill skateboard, I'll record a video of myself doing a pop shove it on it.
Then I truly do pity you.
You have one on the way when it releases? Wait, what? A skateboard? Did you buy the You probably told me. I don't remember things. My brain hasn't been all here for a while. Well, skateboard video coming soon, I guess. And by soon, I mean several months. Whenever they actually send them out.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door. Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family?
Why?
Because I felt I had to!
Oh.
Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide.
Silent Hill busted ass %. I actually used to skateboard a lot when I was younger. I started learning to skate around like 6 or 7. And then skateboarded pretty regularly up until I was about 18 or so. 18 or 19. I'm confident I can still pull off a successful pop shove
His
it.
hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come near afar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh. Come near afar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step.
How can you kill a god?
Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place.
I'm so sorry.
There's no
This place is just falling apart.
Caller
The
intervention can work in
mechanism is broken,
place.
you see.
There is
It
no
wasn't
escape.
supposed to stop there.
No
I
recaller
assure
intervention
you.
can work in this place. There is no escape. No recaller intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
Found the song through me has genuinely become a favorite that had to download on your phone. Nice. I'm glad I could introduce some more people to the brilliant music that is Young Scrolls. I legitimately enjoy Young Scrolls' music. Like, unironically, it is so fucking genius to make original music that is sampling voice lines and sound effects and things from Elder Scrolls games and have it be that fucking good. Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know what the fuck that was, we have a traditional dance party that we do for certain parts of certain games. And one of my favorite songs to play for that Borley Mansion dance party is that song you just heard. It's called Dagoth Wave by Young Scrolls, who does a lot of Elder Scrolls sampled original music that is really, really good. Really, really good. Tried the rest, but none of them quite reached the Dagoth Wave levels. I would argue that Dagoth Wave is probably Young Scrolls' best song, but there's a lot that are pretty fucking high up there for me. Star is really, really good. Another one of my favorites. Blood Gang. Yeah, Two Socks. I love Blood Gang. Bone Meal, not an alchemist, but I'm on that grind. A lot of the Zoom in album stuff, the Sheogorath album is really, really good.
Can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
What? I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You
Another really good song.
You
Where
old fool.
I really like this version of the song and the album.
Like that?
The album version, the soundtrack version.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
I need an ocean full of love.
God thing gets born.
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's nothing's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how God of Mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah?
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem.
You remind me of my son who robbed a bank.
So only I can do this.
Douglas should have just been Mr. Plinkett. Heather, you're the most disappointing thing since my son.
What are you doing?
Unlike my son who took his own life by hanging himself in a Taco Bell bathroom, you'll just keep reincarnating and you'll be around forever.
Yeah, you might be right.
Man, I want some Taco Bell now. You gotta get a Mexican pizza. Everybody's talking about the Mexican pizza. It's back, baby. Taco Bell brought them back. Don't want no busted Mexican pizza. Oh, you know what? Just because I want to see if I can do it. If I'm not successful on like the first try, then I'm not going to worry about it. But I want to see if I can do an out of bounds for this part coming up. If I'm successful, this will skip directly to the church before we talk to Claudia again. And if it's not successful, then whatever. We'll just play through normally. We'll just run through it normally up to that point anyway. Actually, can I even do this on this difficulty? I don't think I have the same enemies here. I don't. I mean, I guess it could potentially still happen with a closer. Oh my god. First fucking try. Let's fucking go. Now, can I do this part? See, there's a part here where normally you just strafe. Oh shit, I went back in bounds. So much for being a speedrun god. Come back. Man, that could not have been cleaner the first time. See, I thought it was like right here. If you do this on PC, you sort of strafe and it like pops you out of bounds a little more towards Heather's left. But that doesn't seem to be happening here. Because, like, I can't go any further up this way, which is what I need to do for this out of bounds to actually work. And normally, by strafing while holding the knife out right here, the game will sort of push Heather out to the left. But it doesn't look like that works here. Silent hacks. Yeah, I can't quite... Since she doesn't do the little teleport right here. I guess I can't get out of bounds more to the side. So, that's fine. We'll just go normally. We'll go fight Memory of Alessa. But that's cool that, like, the first part of the out of bounds works. Like, the closer can still push you out of bounds for the first part. Just can't do the second part. At least not from what I was attempting there. There probably is a way to do it. I'm just... That's one of the newer strats that I'm not super familiar with. What's my go-to at Taco Bell? Nachos Bel Grande with no beans and jalapenos and cheesy crunchy gordita. No beans, no beans. I'm fine with beans on a lot of other Taco Bell stuff. I don't like it on the nachos. Because when you get beans on a Nachos Bel Grande, it's like 80% beans and then 20% other stuff. But if you order it without the beans, you get more cheese, you get more meat, you get everything else that is much better. But if you leave the beans on when you get Nachos Bel Grande, they give you mostly beans. And it ruins it. But yeah, that's my go-to with Taco Bell. Nachos Bel Grande, no beans, add jalapenos, and cheesy gordita crunch with fire sauce. You know all about that fire sauce, don't you, Alessa? You're covered in it. I know that sound sample from somewhere. That is in Silent Hill. Which sound sample? Which sound specifically? quarrel part at the beginning. It's possible. I mean, Yamaoka, in general, used a lot of stock things in the sound effects and ambient tracks. The chanting itself is original because that's Joe Ramersa. Like, that is the Silent Hill band's drummer. The guy who sings the vocals for the ending credits song Hometown in this game. He also sings the ending credits for Cradle and Forest at the end of Silent Hill 4. He composed Room of Angel for Silent Hill 4. So the chanting that you hear is Joe Ramersa. That's not stock. But some of the like background like choir boy sounds that you hear at the very beginning might be stock.
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you.
I like how Heather's Alessa voice is
Your
just
true self.
emphasizing her T's. That's not what I want.
My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
That's Heather's I'm pretending to be Alessa voice. That's not what I want.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Bitch, I changed my mind.
Do you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
God is growing within you. You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
Always wondered, is Heather really trying to trick Claudia into stopping the salvation nonsense and then gives up with the voice halfway through? That's the impression I kind of always got from that cutscene. Like, after the fight with Alessa on the merry-go-round, Heather pretty much has her full memories restored. Like, she remembers her life as Alessa. and Cheryl. So she can kind of tap into talking to Claudia convincingly as Alessa. But yeah, very clearly she's like putting on a voice that she just sort of gives up on while trying to convince Claudia. Of course, we got the classic Silent Hill church map that is an actual drawing by one of the sons of one of the members of Team Silent. It's a real child's drawing, not a professional artist drawing something to try to make it look bad on purpose, like it would be a child's drawing. It's a real child's drawing.
Please forgive me. I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. And I'll go to...
Officer O'Brien's staring at us. That's Chief O'Brien. Chief Miles O'Brien.
Grant me just a small piece of your everlasting...
Yeah. That photo of whoever it's supposed to be just looks like Colm Meaney, who plays Miles O'Brien on Star Trek.
Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter.
My poor murdered daughter.
Also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
No. No. Want to keep watching after you beat Silent Hill 3, but it's late over here. Hopefully when I wake up, you'll still at least be streaming Shattered Memories. Won't lose any sleep literally over Origins. That's fair. That's fair. But what about Silent Hill 4? But it's all good. Take it easy, Bowie. This will all be archived. So, of course, there will be the VOD. Here it comes. Here comes the line. Do any of your responses in the confessional cause different outcomes? Kind of. So,
You show up everywhere, don't you?
if it's your first playthrough, which I don't have any completed Silent Hill 3 save data on this emulator right now, or on this computer.
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
So if you're playing a new playthrough that's not New Game Plus, you'll always get the normal ending for Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 has only got three endings. A good ending, well, the normal ending, a bad ending, called the possessed ending, and then the UFO ending. The possessed ending and the UFO ending can only be done as a follow-up playthrough. You can't get them on a first playthrough. For the possessed ending, your response to the confessional affects getting the possessed ending.
Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point
But
is,
not by itself. You have to also have taken enough damage, dealt enough damage to enemies, and essentially there's like a hidden point counter if you're going for the possessed ending that builds up for taking damage and killing enemies. Taking damage and dealing damage. And then your response in the confessional, not responding, gives you essentially negative karma towards that that possessed ending. Negative karma, like it's fucking Book of Memories or some shit. But it gives you like points towards the possessed ending.
Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
But on a first playthrough, just kind of by itself, your response in the confessional doesn't change anything.
Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug.
Smug
You're
Heather.
the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening
Look at this.
to them
Look at that
cry.
Italian hand gesture.
You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
The thing. He said it.
Don't worry. It's just a joke.
Oh my god, you must have been murdering people the entire time.
By the way, I forgot to ask you.
Because why take anything Vincent says as face
You
value?
have it? Leonard was carrying it.
Just believe him. Just believe what he says.
You mean this thing?
Yes.
Vincent
that's
would
it.
never lie to you.
As long as we have that, we're fine.
He would never say things just to fuck with people. Meow. Ow. Don't monsters have the right to live like Maria? Ooh. Now there's the real moral question. Do the manifested creatures all deserve a chance at life? Does Maria get an exception because she's humanoid? She looks like a person? Think of the creatures. Why would you hurt them? They never did anything to you. You know what? Let's go for another cheeky out of bounds. Let's see if this other out of bounds here works. Mm-mm. No. Oh, we get a Volteal scene. We get dragged away by our boy. My take on that Vincent quote is that the monsters are natural to the otherworld for someone who visits the otherworld often. Like Vincent, they're normal like animals. That's one way to interpret it. Personally, I look at it as, I guess, a little more simplistic view. Silent Hill 2 teaches us that people see manifestations as different things. It doesn't make it a real person, but it might not necessarily look like a monster. So again, Thomas Orozco, Angela's father. James sees it as a monster, the abstract daddy. Angela does not see it as a monster. She sees it as her father, Thomas Orozco. Two people in one location looking at a manifested creature created by the town as two different things. One sees it as a creature, one sees it as her father. That's the extent of that as far as any sort of truth to what Vincent is talking about. Because he doesn't say they look like people to me. He just puts into question they look like monsters to you. He might see these monsters as angels because of his faith. You know? He might see them as something else than what you see them as. Or have maybe a deeper appreciation for them beyond, oh, gross monster, than what Heather has. Not the implied, you know, they are people that so many fans think is the case. Hey, Wexford, welcome back. I just want to mess around with this one more time and see if we can get the out of bounds here. Stop doing the spin attack. Do your pokey arm attack. See, a lot of these tricks, these out of bounds, kind of rely on lowering your frame rate, which is much easier to manipulate on like the PC version compared to a console version, even emulated. Yeah. Fine. That's fine. We won't worry about it. We'll do some Silent Hill 3 speedruns another day and show off just how crazy the fucking any percent run for this game has become. There's a lot of out of bounds like that where you've got a monster like pushing you through a wall, or a quick save, quick loading on a ledge in order to clip out of bounds. There's so much crazy tech in the Silent Hill 3 speedrun now. It used to be a very straightforward run like 4 or 5 years ago, and then it's just gotten more and more ridiculous as time has gone on. Give me that tarot card. Let's go kill a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. Think I got everything I need? Not today. Not today. Kick dudes in the dick. Kick dudes in the dick. Oh, you cheater. I disagree. I disagree with that hit. God, I love all the moving textures, all the moving animated wall textures in that section of the game. They kind of try to do that again at the end of like Silent Hill 4, and it's just not as good. Isn't Silent Hill just your own manifested fears coming to reality? Nope. It is quite different from game to game. Silent Hill is literally a town. It is a physical place. A town called Silent Hill, where there is a spiritual power that affects reality. How it affects reality and from person to person and from game to game changes pretty drastically. Like Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason looking for his daughter Cheryl, you're not seeing Harry Mason's fears manifested into reality. It's not Harry Mason's personal demons that you're fighting against. It's Alessa's. You know, nobody else is being affected and having their manifested fears become reality. Alessa's nightmare is becoming reality, and everyone in the town is experiencing it. Harry, Sybil, Kaufman, Dahlia. Silent Hill 2 is very different. It's all perspective. Every character that you interact with is having a different perspective of reality around them, seeing different things than somebody who's standing right next to them. Silent Hill 3 is, once again, Alessa's nightmare, but through the reincarnation of Heather, there's a lot of other things involved, plus some influence from Claudia's beliefs, religious beliefs, affecting the nightmare, but it's not strictly Heather's or Alessa's. And again, it's not like Douglas is experiencing his own nightmare while he's here, or Vincent. They're all experiencing the same thing that is coming essentially from Heather. It's a bit more complicated of an answer. It's not just your manifested fears become real. That is a very overly simplistic view of Silent Hill as a whole, and doesn't even apply to the majority of the games. Book gives you the solution to the card door puzzle, or is this on easy? No, this is easy riddle, because we're just speed running through the game. So, yeah, it just tells you where everything goes. Moon in the top right, Eye in the middle, Priestess in the bottom right, Hangman in the bottom left.
who I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like less than 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
then you'll kill me. Well. Well. The guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
you'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a God born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
Shut your stinking mouth, bench. Heather, use the seal. I can't use it here, Vincent. It's a piece of junk. But I can eat my candy necklace.
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow? What is this?
Looks like
Cat Link. Cat.
Stop!
What a wonderful time to join the stream.
God is...
Right as Claudia Wolf, right after Heather barfs up a god and Claudia Wolf eats it. Happy birthday, Cat. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you?
Alessa, you cannot kill God. I will...
Cat, thank you so much for the raid and the resub, the big 44 months. I hope you're having a wonderful birthday. I hope you had a great stream. And welcome everyone coming over from Cats.
Claudia! Claudia!
Been a lot of fun. Played a lot of Evil Dead with peeps. Evil Dead looks good. I'm on the fence about if I want to get it for console or PC yet. But I'm definitely planning on playing it sometime soon. Getting barfed up and then eaten by someone else can't be healthy for a gestating god. No, it's not. It's not healthy for a gestating god. Girl, that's a booty hole. But that's the whole reason why we can kill this god with a shotgun. It was barfed up and then eaten and birthed by the wrong person. Oh yeah, and welcome everybody, all the raiders coming over with Cat. I'm Nub Zombie. I play spooky games. And I know all of the things about all of the Silent Hill games. And I'm doing a little marathon today. I'm testing out my PS2 emulator because I had to reinstall it and set up a bunch of stuff again. So I'm testing out all of the PlayStation 2 versions of Silent Hill games. So we've already finished Silent Hill 2. We're about to finish Silent Hill 3. After this, I'm doing Silent Hill 4, Origins, and Shattered Memories. Still doing 3 more full Silent Hill playthroughs. So I'm kind of speedrunning the gameplay, but we're chilling and watching cutscenes. Come on, Heather, aim up. Easy Silent Hill 3. All right, there we go. That is Silent Hill 3. Enjoy the ending. Like I said, going to be doing some Silent Hill 4 right after this. But enjoy the ending. Enjoy the credits. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a short break while this plays out. And yeah, we'll be back in a little bit with some Silent Hill 4.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits. Dad. you're still alive.
What, Heather?
Just a joke.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did
You don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
You want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
Spoke of tortured souls, so outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. Then he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. So outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. When he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. 420 dead birds, they bleed upon the nest. There was no time for reasons. They had no sign of the threat. Now it's too late for
All right, and that is Silent Hill 3. We've unlocked a lot of things. Yes, make a save. Joe Ramirez's voice grew on you over time? Same. I never, disliked it, but I've come to appreciate Joe Ramirez's voice a lot more over the years. Okay. Silent Hill 4. Boom. Oh, wait. There is some emulator settings I need to change here. There we go. That should do it. That should do it. I remember when I was doing the story playthrough, I could not get this intro that normally plays to start playing. I'm going to give it a minute here, and we'll listen to Akira Yamaoka just fucking go to town on this guitar and see if we can have the intro video play, and if not, then we'll just start the game, because we've got 3 other Silent Hill games to get through tonight: 4, Origins, and Shattered Memories. Hey Zedek, I like this game too. Silent Hill 4 is my 4th favorite Silent Hill game. Hey, what's up, Monk? You like this game more than 3, Freddy? Nice. I can remember, I've been playing these games since the first one came out in '99. And I can remember Silent Hill 4 getting so much hate from fans back in the day. And I like that it's gotten more appreciation over the years. Excited to see Origins and Shattered Memories. Never bothered with those games. Are they good? Nope. Shattered Memories has some stuff that I kind of like, but ultimately, I really dislike Origins, pretty much. And Shattered Memories has like some stuff that's pretty neat, but a lot of stuff that's not so good as well. Good Old Games Edition? No, I'm testing out my PS2 emulator. So I'm playing all of these on PC SX2. We've already finished Silent Hill 2 and 3. So next we're doing 4. After 4 is Origins. After Origins is Shattered Memories. That's why I'm only playing these games. Is because those are the Silent Hill games that were released on PS2. Oh yeah, Shattered Memories for PS2 is crazy expensive. There were not very many copies produced. Same for Shattered Memories on PSP. A lot of people don't even know that Shattered Memories was on PSP. But yeah, it originally launched on Wii, and then they ported it to PS2, and then they further ported it to PSP. And the PS2 and PSP copies are a lot more rare than the Wii copies. So they go for quite a lot of money these days. Come on, intro video. Fine. Fine. Get on with it. Get on with it. The best song of the whole franchise. It is, Room of Angel is up there. It is, I wouldn't say it's the best in the franchise personally, my opinion, but it is up there as one of the best for sure.
Oh man.
And it's not even composed by Akira Yamaoka. Room of Angel was composed by Joe Ramersa. It's not even our boy Yamaoka's song. Still not working. Stupid phone. Oh, I can already see a little bit of weirdness with the emulator graphics. Henry has like a wireframe shadow thing going on.
The cord's cut.
What's the song that plays in the bowling alley in 2? Really like that one. Is it Eddie's theme? It's not called Eddie's theme. It's called Alone in the Town. But I guess it's the bowling alley theme. You only hear it there. Give me the chocolate milk. This chest could hold a lot of stuff. Stare at our front door. Can't even get anybody to hear me when I yell. How am I going to get out of here? Don't go out! Walter.
What the hell?
What the hell?
What's going on here?
Henry's trademark phrase. That's Eileen Galvin from next door.
Oh man. I hope my luck changes before the party.
I don't know why I find that so funny. When Eileen is like, I hope my luck changes before the party, and walks off. And you hear her mutter under her breath, stupid. She's just like, stupid. I'm so stupid. Dropping things. What was that? Let's go find out. Yeah, weird. There's like this.
What the hell?
There's like a wireframe shadow thing coming off of Henry. I don't know why it's doing that.
Somebody in there?
I just used this emulator with these settings for a playthrough last month, like a few weeks ago, and it wasn't doing this.
I wonder if I can get out this way.
That's strange. Maybe I changed something and forgot about it. I only see it during those scenes, so it would be hard for me to troubleshoot. I'm not going to worry about it for the sake of the stream tonight. But I need to make note of that so that I can fix it off stream for the next time I do emulator playthroughs. And we'll always know where his model is in cutscenes. That's fine. That's informations I'd like to know.
What the hell?
DirectX renderer screws up shadows like that in some PS2 games. OpenGL tends to be better, but needs more GPU grunt. Yeah, Direct 3D. No, I'm aware of that. Okay, we can see it clearly here. So, but the thing is, Junkall, like, I literally used this same emulator with what I assumed is the same settings less than a month ago, and did a full playthrough of Silent Hill 4 and did not have these shadows posing a problem. So, I mean, I'm aware. I'm curious what I have changed on here that's causing that. Yeah, emulators, especially PCSX2. There are just so many settings when it comes to PCSX2 that there are like so many things that could be affecting the shadows and those lines, things like that. Let's see. Is it this? Is this what I need? That is still there, so that does not appear to be it. Sorry, I'm gonna mess with stuff for a moment here. Is it this? Because again, that's kind of what I'm doing. Part of the reason for the marathon is to test things with this emulator. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. There we go. I think I got it. We still have a little bit of weirdness with the shadows. Like that. But it's not doing the weird lines.
Who are you? What's your name?
Henry. And you?
This is my dream, and you don't even know my name. It's Cynthia.
Your dream.
That's right. This is just a dream. And a really terrible one, too. I hope I wake up soon.
So you think this is a dream, huh?
Well, if it's not a dream, what is it? Anyway, I want to get out of here, but I can't find the exit. Say, will you help me find it? I'm kinda scared all alone. I'll do a special favor for you later. It's just a dream, so I might as well have some fun.
Special favor. Spoilers. The special favor is she turns into a ghost and reaches her hand inside of our chest. Gonna help us sort out our stamp collection.
Wait a minute. I think I'm gonna puke.
Henry doesn't know what sex is. They tried to teach him in school. He just kept saying, "What the hell?" Slurper dogs. Ow. Be nice. Be nice. No biting. Alright, I'm 7.5 hours into the marathon. We're going to be skipping the more repetitive Silent Hill 4 cutscenes, going through the holes and waking up. Need the gun. Oh yeah, and we need to peep on Eileen.
Where did I put that damn broom?
Blind as a bat.
There it is.
Blind as a bat, Eileen.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me! If you need a token, there's one here.
Love when Robbie stares back. Yeah, that's after Walter attacks her. And then anytime you look in the room, it's Eileen's room, it's just Robbie sitting there staring right back at you. Nope. Give me it. I'm trying. I'm trying to help. There's ghosts everywhere. Doing my best. They really do start off so strong on Silent Hill 4. Like, first area, first, like, little introduction into the game. And they're just like, here's 3 unkillable ghosts while you run Cynthia around. I guess they wanted to show the player as early as possible, like, don't fight ghosts. Don't bother fighting ghosts. Just run away. Cynthia? If you stick too close to Cynthia, you get the Cynthia ending, if only. The Cynthia ending is when we unlock her lingerie set. Gotta unlock Cynthia's sexy lingerie. He's coming. You fucker. Oh my god, that hit. This game has some of the worst fucking enemy hitboxes. I swear. Like, there's a lot of enemies and a lot of attacks and things that are perfectly fine. But then there's, like, the Wallmen and Walter at the end. Boss Walter's, like, spinaroonie. Where the hitboxes, like, the moves are active for so long. And the hitboxes extend out so far that you'll get hit by some real bullshit looking stuff.
Are you okay?
Covered in blood, laying on the ground dying. You okay?
It's just a dream, right?
Gotta love Henry.
I think I drank too much last night. I never got to do that special favor for you. I feel like I'm dying.
Okay. It's just a dream.
And then we get that amazing Room of Angels song. Right off the bat.
Hurry up and get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move.
Hurry up and get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move her already. Some of the extra voices in this game, like the little bit parts, sound so especially weird. Like, not just weird in the Silent Hill game sense, but I don't know. You've got these paramedics that sound like old-timey, like, carnival barkers. Quit yapping and move her already. Step right up and see the world's strongest man. I don't know. That's just what it sounds like to me. Yeah, remember to buy war bonds. Remember to buy war bonds today. Support your troops and buy American made. Hey, Jasper. Sorry, bud. No time to talk about Nakihona. We gotta run. We've got some time to make up. Silent Hill 4 is not a short game. Even speedrunning. And I'm still playing 2 more Silent Hill games after this. And I've already streamed Silent Hill 2 and 3 over the last almost 8 hours. We don't got time to sit and talk to Jasper. With how popular true crime and occult is, Silent Hill would be teeming with horror tourists like Jasper. I mean, it kind of started to be. Jasper and two of his friends were just like the first ones that showed up. Got too close to Walter.
Something big is gonna happen. Finally, it's gonna happen.
Hey, blah blah. Well, I hope you enjoyed your nap, or are going to enjoy your nap. Either way. Do you know what kind of dad you're going to be in Shattered Memories? Not really. There's a couple different things I could potentially try to go for, but for the sake of just testing stuff, I don't care what ending I get. And spoilers, I don't want to ruin the surprise, the fun, but Shattered Memories on PCSX2 runs really, really badly. Like, it does not work very well at all. I don't even know if the game is able to be finished. I don't know if it'll get bad enough.
Man, that was awesome.
But I've tested part of it.
Here, Take this.
And
There's
yeah,
some
Shattered
written on
Memories
it.
does not emulate its PS2 version on PCSX2 very well at all. So we'll see if I can even finish when we get to that game. But it's gonna be something. It's gonna be a glitch fest of broken visuals and effects and animations and all sorts of stuff. Everything else works pretty well. 2 was fine, 3 was fine, a couple little things here and there. But overall, pretty good. 4 is usually pretty good outside of a couple little graphical things here and there. Like this, the little lines on the edge of the screen when you're waking up in certain cutscenes and little things here and there. It's not perfect, but the emulation's still pretty good. Oh, I came back too early. That's fine. Just put all this away. I'm not home. Let's go dig up a key. God, the enemies in this game are so relentless. This is one of the few Silent Hill games where even on easy difficulty, you can very easily get killed. Like, you can die. Just because the enemies are super relentless, even if they're not doing as much damage. This game is a lot more brutal. Not to mention, then you get to the second half of the game where your apartment no longer heals you. So if you don't have a good supply of, like, health drinks and healing items by that point, you can get in some pretty nasty situations. I've had many situations over the years with Silent Hill 4 where I get overconfident and don't pick up as many healing items as I probably should. And then I get it to a situation where I can't heal, and it's the second half of the game, so the room doesn't heal me. And there's hauntings in the room that also deal damage to your health. So it's like, if you're down to your last little, like, pixel of health, you can come back to the room to try to, you know, save or do something. And there's could be a haunting in your bedroom that makes you take damage right when you wake up, and you're just like, well, I'm fucked. This game is pretty brutal. As far as, like, difficulty level goes for the Silent Hill games, I think 4 is one of the most difficult. Just because there are so many other things working against you. take the key. Back out. Jasper reminds you of Chris Hardwick's character in House of a Thousand Corpses. I could see that. There's a lot of characters, like movie characters, that people have equated Jasper to. I know for a long time, I don't think it was ever confirmed, but a lot of fans suspected that he was based on, God, I can't remember the character's name, but from Train Spotting. The movie Train Spotting. But I don't think that was ever confirmed by devs or anything to be like the actual source behind Jasper's appearance or like inspiration.
I finally met him! The one the nosy guy talked about! The devil!
Special news report. The body of a 30-something, 50-something years old. Trying to remember what they say exactly about Jasper there. Good old water prison. I need to remember to not wheel skip. There is a glitch that is used in when speedrunning the PC version where you can skip some cutscenes and animation stuff by pressing pause at a very particular frame when rotating the floors of the water prison. And I need to remember to not do that, because if you do that on a console version of the game, not the PC versions of the game, but if you do that on console, even emulated like I'm doing now, it'll cause the game to soft lock. Like, not even soft lock, just it hard freezes. It's gonna kill me. Has there ever been info on why Team Silent was disbanded after this game? I mean, it's not like Konami execs kicked in the door and were like, fuck all of you, go home. By the time Silent Hill 4 was done in production, a lot of people had just left the development team. Some of them left the game industry altogether. Some of them went to go work on different projects within Konami. Some of them went and worked for other game studios. Like Keiichiro Toyama went and started his own studio eventually, but was working for Sony on like the Siren series after Silent Hill 1. So it was never anything like what you're probably looking for. When people think of like Team Silent being disbanded, it's not like someone came in and told them they had to disband. Like, I think a lot of them just wanted to move on to other things and did so. And there was probably not enough of the dev team left to continue working on the games internally. Plus, 2004 would have been the shift where Konami starts outsourcing a lot of their development and not internally developing as many games. So then Origins, which, you know, would have been the game after 4, wound up being outsourced to Climax Studios. Isn't the Silent Hill 1 director making a new game next year? Yeah, he's currently working on Slitterhead. It's Keiichiro Toyama and a lot of the people who worked on the Siren series with Toyama. And Akira Yamaoka contributing for the music. I've got reasonably high hopes for Slitterhead. A lot of really good people working on it, and the little bits and pieces I've seen so far have been... It looks interesting. Didn't know Akira Yamaoka did songs for Lollipop Chainsaw? Yep. He did stuff for Lollipop Chainsaw. He did stuff for Let It Die. He did some music for... Oh god, what was that game called? Something of the Damned? Something damned, something... I never played it. I don't remember what it was called off the top of my head. Shadows of the Damned? Is that it? Yeah, so these are like the cutscenes and bits and pieces where on the PC version you can skip a lot of this using a glitch called wheel skip. But it won't work. It won't work on console, including emulator. I know they wouldn't admit it publicly and might not care, but do you think anyone at Konami realizes the decline in quality as the series progressed? Oh, absolutely. I mean, even if it's nothing but pure numbers that they're looking at, they'll be able to tell from sales numbers and concurrent players for the later games and stuff like that, you know. The games were not as popular as the series went on, and that there was most likely a decline in quality. But yeah, it's not the kind of thing that would ever be officially or made public by Konami. They wouldn't ever release like a statement being like, we know all these later Silent Hill games were shit.
Especially that Descent of the Holy Mother business. It's scary.
That is like the last thing a Japanese dev would ever do, or publisher or anything. Japanese company in general.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right, take it easy, Nomadic. If Konami announces a new AAA game ever, which of the big three IPs would it be? Castlevania, Metal Gear Solid, or Silent Hill? Pro Evolution Soccer. Bomberman. Yeah, Zone of the Enders. I don't know. That's a hell of a hypothetical, Mort Flame. Who's to say that Konami would announce a new AAA game ever? And if they did, I don't know that it would necessarily be any one of those three IPs. It'd be nice. But keep in mind, Silent Hill would be made most likely with nobody who's ever worked on a Silent Hill game. Metal Gear Solid would most likely be made by people who never worked on a Metal Gear Solid game. Like, Kojima's not there anymore. None of the Team Silent folks are there anymore. Castlevania would probably be the most likely of those three, just because there's less notoriety, I guess, behind the teams that make the Castlevania series. And there are still some of the Castlevania devs poking around Konami on other projects. Yeah, Castlevania got a bit of a revitalized fan base with the animated series, the Netflix animated series. And as said, I feel like overall fans are a lot more forgiving behind, like, Castlevania. If a new Castlevania game came out, and as long as it was like a good game, even just like a somewhat decent game, I think fans would be happy with it. I think that even if Konami made a decent new Metal Gear Solid game, a lot of fans would not like it, even if it was decent, because Kojima's not involved. The same way that a lot of people might not like a new Silent Hill if none of the previous, Team Silent members or anything were involved. I feel there's so much expectation for those two IPs in particular, for the dev team that's behind them. There's a lot of expectation and a very high, like, bar for what fans are expecting for those games and what they typically want for those games, Whereas Castlevania, you could kind of get different people to make it, and as long as it's good, I think Castlevania fans would be happy.
You're a real person. Hey, you're the guy that lives across from me.
Yeah, my name's Henry.
I'm Richard Braintree, from 207. What the hell's happened to us? That hole in this freaky world. But if you're here too, then there must be something wrong with the whole apartment building. That must explain what happened to that other guy too.
What other guy?
The guy who lived in 302 before you. A journalist. He disappeared one day. He got pretty crazy towards the end.
I want that tie.
Shut himself up in his room and wouldn't come out.
Give me that necktie.
Anyway, I'm getting the hell out of here. You should too, if you know what's good for you.
Wait. Watch out for that kid.
Birth of Venus tie. You know, okay, hold on. Since you mentioned Birth of Venus, I was actually doing research on his fucking tie not too long ago. This was like right after I did the Silent Hill 4 story playthrough a few weeks back. And since you mentioned Birth of Venus, yeah, see, it's similar, but it's not the Birth of Venus. And there are all these paintings, all these works of art that I was looking at, trying to see if I could find what is the actual source of that artwork that we see on Braintree's tie. There's a bunch of Leonardo da Vinci artwork that is very similar, but not exact. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is very similar, but not exact. And I'm wondering if it's an original artwork that was done by the artists for Silent Hill 4, specifically, that was just in the style of some of these other paintings, like very heavily inspired by some of these other paintings, like Birth of Venus and God, I forgot. I've already mind blanked from 3 weeks ago. The names of the Da Vinci paintings and stuff that are similar, but be really funny if they made an intricate fine art styled piece just for a tie. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. I would not put it past them. Because, yeah, I was looking up so much stuff trying to see if I could find the original artwork. Because if I could find the original art, like what was the painting that tie, the image for the tie was made, I could recreate it. Because that was my whole thought, was just like, I want that tie. And I know I'd have to basically make it myself. Like, I'd have to recreate it. So I was hoping I could find the actual artwork. But after doing a bunch of digging, I'm not so sure that it is a piece from a real Renaissance painting. It might be something that one of the artists put together that is just in the style of some of Da Vinci's paintings or the Birth of Venus or anything like that.
Talking about? You live in that apartment too, huh?
And I've seen so much misinformation. It's such a stupid detail, right? To talk about misinformation. But I found so much misinformation trying to look up what is this artwork on Braintree's tie. But there's a lot of fucking wrong information out there. Because I start looking into it, and then I find all these things where people are saying like, oh, it's this particular painting by Da Vinci. And then I look up that painting and it's like similar but not exact. And then there were other people saying like, oh, it's the Saint Alessa painting that you find in Silent Hill 3. But it's not that either, because Silent Hill 3 has some like Renaissance stylized paintings in the church. But it's not any of those. So I kind of like, I went digging all around and ultimately was unsuccessful. I could not find a piece of artwork that perfectly matches what is on Braintree's tie. A lot of things that are kind of similar, but nothing that was like exact. Ow. Braintree needs his own game. Well, we're about to see why that won't happen. Rip Braintree.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got 121 on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case.
Yeah.
But Sullivan's dead. They even got the
The
body.
Walter Sullivan case.
Must be some crazy copycat. Yeah, but even so...
These voices. But even so... Eileen's all dressed up for her party. Walter's not invited. How much of this could have been avoided if someone had just invited Walter to the party?
It looks like my apartment. What the hell is this?
But it's covered in rust and meat. It looks like my apartment, but it's covered in rust and meat. Hey, Walter. Body of a dead cat. Give me that red paper, though. Ooh, no slugs. No tremors. It's actually really nice being able to get through there. Slugless. Didn't step on any of them. Didn't get hit by any of them. Just get the paper and go. You'll be fine, Eileen. Used to think Walter shooting up a pet store was dumb until realized he wears a trench coat daily. Look, he needed more sacrifices for the blood of the 10 sacraments, the first 10 victims where he needed their hearts. The pet store owner just happened to be there. Just like the guy in the bar and the guy who runs the sports store. Take it. She's fine. She's fine. Hey, kid. I'm a computer.
Did you find your mommy?
Help, computer.
out of here.
Stop all the downloading. Jumping ahead, but what is the weird thing hanging from the ceiling during the cutscene in the apartment lobby with Eileen and Henry? It's like a naked female body wrapped up in bondage belts with a cone thing sewn onto its face. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. No, I don't have any fucking clue what that's supposed to be. There's so many visuals like that in this game that, I mean, it's abstract horror. I'm sure it symbolizes something, but you're not going to get a direct answer from me or any of the devs for that matter. Because it is just weird shit. Weird visual shit. Oh, we're going to get our Claudia Wolf cameo. They use Claudia's model from Silent Hill 3 as the patient on the table here that Walter is operating on. Quote unquote operating on. Whatever he's doing. There she is. There's Claudia. I don't know why I picked up Eileen's bag, but we're picking it up. It's too late. Can't put it back. Well, found Eileen. Come on, Eileen, let's go home. I found your purse. Come on, Eileen. Let's get out of here before they put your face on a skateboard. Nah, she's fine. Based on the noises that are happening in that room, she's fine. Hey, there's the key. That's pretty good, RNG. This whole hallway is random, by the way. There is 11 rooms on the left side of the hallway and 11 rooms on the right side of the hallway, and they are randomized every single time you play the game. And there is no way to tell which room is which. So every time you play this game, you have to try to find the random room that has the key and the random room that Eileen herself is in. Time to wake up, Eileen. Eileen, relax.
Eileen! Eileen, relax!
Does she ever comment on that head? Nope.
From next door.
You can drag Eileen in there, and she will never say anything about it.
I don't know where to start. There was this strange hole in my room. I saw people getting killed. All these weird other worlds. And I saw you get attacked too.
What are you talking about? I'm supposed to believe that?
But it's true. And there was a kid with you.
I remember now. I was getting ready to go to my friend's party. The boy protected me from the man with the coat. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I guess there's something wrong with me. I just feel so scared. This place. Where is it anyway?
I don't know either.
Voice actors wasn't half bad, honestly. The voices for this game are fine. I feel like all the voice talent did really well. Hell, the weakest out of everything is probably Henry himself, and as much shit as Henry gets, I make fun of it too, but I don't think the voice actor did like a bad job, really. Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is supposed to be intentional. Like, Henry is supposed to sound very strange and out of it. He's been trapped in his room, unable to escape for days on end. He's been going in and out of these, like, nightmares created by Walter. These nightmare realities, so he's not really sleeping or eating or anything like that. But yeah, pretty much all the main character voices I enjoy in this game. I think they all do fine. Again, secondary, like, minor character roles, not so much. Hurry up and get that ambulance. Step right up and see the bearded lady. It just sounds like old Carnival Barker. The paramedics, and then like later on the I guess it's policemen or detectives or people investigating the Walter Sullivan murders. But there's some real bad voice acting with like a lot of the smaller, lesser roles. Thank you for the key, Joseph. Shit, I didn't mean to cancel there. Oh well, we're skipping it. We're moving on. That's where we, that's the cutscene where we have Henry explain the very obscure information that he's gotten from Joseph Schreiber. Like, I got this note that says we should go down to the deepest part of him and find the one truth. Let's do that. And Eileen is just like, okay. That sounds like a plan. That makes no sense to me, but okay. I'll go with you. Favorite Silent Hill game? Silent Hill 2. And if you want to see how I rank all of the Silent Hill games, you can type !faves, F-A-V-E-S, in chat. And welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Just finished playing this game. In the second apartment world,
This place.
Henry and all pickup items were invisible till I got to the boss fight. Interesting. I've heard of there being bugs and stuff like that. What version were you playing? Were you playing good old games PC, OG PC, PS2, original Xbox? Good old games? Yeah, I've heard people mention glitches like that. Not one that I've ever experienced firsthand. Eileen, are you stuck on monkeys? Just walk around him. Walk around him. Eileen. Eileen. God. Damn. No slugless. We gotta squish them all. It's because I have the axe equipped. If you don't have a weapon equipped, you don't have to do that. But if you have a weapon equipped, you'll auto-target enemies. So you try to examine the hole, and Henry will just instantly 180 and target a tremor. One of the slugs instead. Kind of crazy, how over a period of a few years, Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition turned the PC port into the best possible way to play 2. Hey, it's nice to have fans putting in that kind of work. Because Konami's definitely not. Okay, let's see if we can get Eileen set up where we want her to be. Ideally, I want Eileen to stay up here with Cynthia while I run around and do everything in the subway world and then just come back up and get Eileen from the other side. Oh yeah, definitely if you enjoy the Enhanced Edition, there is donation links for the devs who work on it on their main website where you download it. Definitely support them if you can. And they're still working on it. They're still updating Enhanced Edition and making it even better. They literally right now, they've got a new person on the dev team who's working on completely redoing the audio engine. Which is supposed to take care of some of the weird audio issues that are unique to the Silent Hill 2 PC port that were sort of fixed already for Enhanced Edition, but now it'll be even better. Even more fixed. But they're still constantly working on new updates and all sorts of stuff. God, the big one, it's still in development, but for anybody who doesn't follow the Enhanced Edition devs, one of the other things that they've been putting together as basically a necessity while they've been putting together the Enhanced Edition stuff for Silent Hill 2 is a level editor. Like, they legitimately had to put together their own software for altering the level geometry in order to make certain things work correctly in Enhanced Edition, to fix some visual bugs and make things look correct with the widescreen perspective. They've had to go in and like manually fix parts of the geometry, which basically led to them designing a Silent Hill 2 level editor. And they're still putting it together, but it's going to be something that a tool that they plan on releasing publicly. Like, imagine being able to go through and completely alter and edit level geometry and things in Silent Hill 2. Like, you can practically make a new game with that tool using Silent Hill 2's assets and just shift things around. Like, the potential for something like a Silent Hill 2 level editor is insane. And the fact that they're putting something like that together, not only for their own use, but just something to release for other people to use, for fans to mess with. People are going to have like custom level edits for Silent Hill 2. Like I said, if you really have the time and patience, you could essentially make like a whole fucking new game with Silent Hill 2 assets with tools like that. So it's kind of crazy. I can't wait for that to be done and see, just to see what that turns into, you know? Silent Hill 2, Revenge of the James. Silent Hill 2 2. Can't wait for Silent Hill 3 Enhanced. It would be really nice to see a Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition project as well. Although Silent Hill 3 does not need it nearly as bad as Silent Hill 2 did. The base version of Silent Hill 3's, like, if you play just the Silent Hill 3 PC port, the OG original PC port, it's very good. It's very, very good as a PC port, like, for Silent Hill 3. There is not much that needs to be fixed, like widescreen perspective and some compatibility with modern hardware. But other than that, Silent Hill 3 does not need much. Whereas like Silent Hill 2, the base PC port version of Silent Hill 2 is super rough. Which is why the Enhanced Edition was such an amazing undertaking. And all the fans, all the guys, everybody working on it did such a great job with it. Iframes. Oh, that's not good. Eileen is down. She is gonna be big possessed. But that's fine. I'm not going for any particular ending, so we don't care. Sorry, Eileen. Just want to make sure she follows me onto the escalator. Get juked. Fucking Sadako ripoff. Get yo Sadako ripoff ass out of here, Cynthia. And now we got to start dealing with Walter. Oh yeah, Eileen is big possessed. We are already big possessed. So that pretty much guarantees we're going to get a bad ending. That Eileen is already in this kind of condition after Subway 2. But it is still possible to save her. We just have to get a really fucking perfect Walter fight at the end. But again, I don't really care either way. Not going for any particular ending, just running through the game, testing out the emulator. And we still got 2 more Silent Hill games after this, Origins and Shattered Memories. Although I'm kind of considering saving those for tomorrow night or something. Because it has already been 9 hours and we're still only about halfway through Silent Hill 4. And I do gotta get some sleep at some point. Eileen did not follow. There we go. Stop! Fucking dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. Never want to miss this silver bullet. Since you have to, you're going to have to fight Andrew DeSalvo, his ghost, when we get to Water Prison 2. So it's always good to grab that silver bullet. Just so you can insta-down him. Alright, put everything away. But we still want to be able to carry all the doll parts. And you can choose to light or dip the torch in oil before coming back there, if you want it to burn longer, but it's not necessary. Oh, weird. Got like little RGB lights in the top right corner of the emulator window now. I don't know why that is, or how long that's been there. Hey, Holy Mango. Glad you could catch the stream. Hey, Coconuts. Yo, Burlo. Burlo, thank you so much for gifting out 5 subs to the community. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that support. My Maniac 8, Red ZJ, Tilda Live, K9 Online, and Powa Wolfie. Enjoy your subs, enjoy your emotes. Courtesy of Burlo. Thank you, Burlo. Thank you, thank you. Been trying to catch a stream for a while now. Wanted to pay it back for all the content. Well, thank you. Never necessary, but very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Excuse me, monkeys. God damn it. Fucking Steve. Nub, why do you think the sounds in Silent Hill 4 sound way more like stock sounds than previous games? Like the dogs that sound like jaguars? Silent Hill 4 had a much shorter turnaround than Silent Hill 2 or 3. So literally you just had less time for the devs to work on it and polish things. So they saved time by using a lot of stock sounds and not hardly modifying them at all. In some cases, definitely just dropping them in and not modifying them. Like, but yeah, production time for Silent Hill 4 was very, very quick. Very quick turnaround compared to 2 and 3. So the game just didn't get to be worked on for as much time. Yo, Solid Snake 88, thank you so much for the 13 months. Appreciate the resub. Thank you, thank you. And Deveron, Ballsack Chins. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub as well. The Ballsack Chins, the Ballchinians. Thank you, thank you. Nope, we still need the torch.
Are you Walter Sullivan?
That's what everybody calls me, but I don't really have a name or a home either.
Well, what about a mom or dad?
Yeah, but I never met them. They left South Ashfield Heights right after I was born. But soon I'll get to see my mom.
Do you know where she is now?
Yeah, of course. Right where I was born. Lots of people tried to stop me, but it's fine now. It says in the scriptures that I'll be with her. I gotta hurry. Mom's waiting.
Okay, bye, little Walter. Give me that medallion. Don't burp on me. And don't call me receiver of wisdom. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut up, twin victims. Burping and saying receiver of wisdom. Like you know me.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Emmy, thank you for the bits. Glad you could be here. Glad you could catch a stream. Gotta make sure Eileen makes it down the stairs so she can follow us. Gotta escort Eileen around. Everybody loves the second half of Silent Hill 4. Just constantly stopping and seeing if Eileen is following you. Suddenly feel like I'm playing Oddworld. Follow me. Wait. Follow me. Leon, I guess that could be Resident Evil 4 as well. Follow me. Wait. Follow me. Wait. But before Resident Evil 4, my brain always associated that with Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, and Abe's Exodus. Eileen seems rough. Yeah, she's not doing so good. Part of the speed run strat for Subway 1 involves, or excuse me, Subway 2 involves leaving Eileen in an area by herself with Cynthia. And if you don't do everything kind of perfectly and quickly enough, Eileen winds up pretty banged up. It's alright. Not going for a particular ending or anything, so she's just gonna have to deal. Just gotta wait for Eileen to make it all the way down these stairs. This is where I would usually play Come On Eileen
Getting tired.
by Dex's Midnight Runners while we wait for her. But DMCA ruins all of the fun. DMCA ruins all of the fun. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You stay here. Stop. Yeah, shoot those bugs. Fuck those bugs up, Walter. Jukes. Okay, we got Andrew's shirt. So now we go set up for the Andrew fight. Go back to the room, soak the shirt in the tub, get the pistol, get the silver bullets, get a sword of obedience. Get our Andrew slaying gear. Done with the torch. We need pistol. We need bullets for the one truth. Actually, no, we don't. We're not going to need that until. Well, fuck it. We can carry it now. Silver bullet. Vertical stripe of colors in the top right. It is just an issue with the emulator. Hold on. Let me see if. Nope. That does not fix it. Let's see if I can do this. Hey, that fixed it. Yeah. It's just the emulator graphics. Sometimes they get a little weird. Try merge sprite. It's not even like a merge sprite like setting issue. I'm pretty sure that just happens sometimes. But closing and then resuming the emulation seems to fix it. No, not that. Pistol. Silver bullet. Prepare for the ritual. All for the blood of the 10 sinners. Creepy as fuck. Yeah, that scene with the ghost introduction scenes are all really good. Like Cynthia, Jasper, Andrew, Richard. It's all really cool introductions to their ghost forms. Really? That hits you? Oh my god, there's back frames on the pickaxe of despair. It hits Eileen. Fine, we'll just do it this way. I'll use my face. Was Ito involved with 4? No. Ito only worked on the first 3 Silent Hill games. All right, Eileen. We're gonna go for it. Yeah, do it. Do it, Eileen. Good shit. Not perfect, but not bad. 4 felt really weird compared to the first 3. I mean, it was supposed to. It started off as a spin-off project called Room 302. It wasn't meant, like, it was initially not going to be a Silent Hill game, but it was made into a Silent Hill game very early on in its development, like with the project. But even once it was decided it would be a Silent Hill title, like a full-fledged numbered Silent Hill entry, the dev team wanted to make sure that 4 was something very different. Not just using the same visuals and mechanics of the first 3. So it is by design that 4 is very different from 1, 2, and 3. Richard. There he goes. Ouch. Damn it. Now we need Eileen to follow. Come on, Eileen. Thank you. Here we get a nice skip. We don't actually have to do all of Building World 2, which is nice, because Building World 2 is a huge pain in the ass. We just have to bring Eileen over here. And you know what? We'll even give her a holy candle while we do this. Here. You like holy candles, don't you, Eileen? So we're going to run at her and shoulder check her so that she gets knocked back like that. And there we go. So now she stays there. And and we just have to go to the other side of the fence, and she'll just clip through the fence and follow us where we need to take her, without having to go through and do all of the Building World 2 puzzles. You don't have to pick up the billiard ball and the volleyball and unlock the upside down clock room and all of that stuff. It's a very nice skip, because Building World 2 is a huge pain in the ass.
I'm going to see my mom. Stay out of my way. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Walter. Walter Sullivan. It's time to complete the 21 sacraments.
But that's my name. And what are the 21 sacraments?
Don't worry. You'll know soon enough. Well, let's go and see Mother.
Let me go, that hurts.
Damn. Hi, Cynthia. See you later. So yeah, that fence next to Cynthia is where Eileen was standing around waiting. But here she is. We can't walk through that fence, but Eileen can. Oh no. Eileen, get over here. Get over here. There's another minor time save here. So once Eileen is at the bottom of the stairs, you don't have to wait for her to run all the way around to that door. She's close enough to the door while you're going through. So she doesn't have to go around that last little loop of the fence. Hey, Shilby. Yeah, Megmain. What were you going to do, Henry? He sees Walter run off with little Walter, and he's like, damn. As if he would have done something about it.
Please, don't leave me alone.
Bonk. And the uptime is actually longer than that, Shilby. The stream went down earlier because I had some internet issues towards the end of Silent Hill 2. So OBS had to restart. But I've been live for 9 hours and 22 minutes. Get off my head. A fucking spin attack. Let's see. Can I get the triple? Can I get the triple? Ooh. Ooh, baby, a triple. All right, time for one truth. playing in order from the description, yeah, it's release order. I already played Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. We're on Silent Hill 4 now, and I was going to do Origins and Shattered Memories, but I think I'm going to end the stream after I finish 4, and we'll do Origins and Shattered Memories tomorrow. Just because I'm starting to get worn out. Pretty bad one truth, but oh well, we got through it. Worn down to a nub. Good pun, but also yes. As much as I love doing these long streams, especially for stuff like Silent Hill, there's a big difference between doing this at 34 compared to doing this back when I was 27 or 28, you know, even just a few years ago. My old man body and brain are starting to set in at 34 a lot more than a few years ago. So it's gotten a lot harder for me to do these longer streams, but I still try to every once in a while. And hey, we're still doing 2, 3, and 4 back to back. We did 2 and 3. We're finishing out 4. Origins and Shattered Memories we'll do tomorrow. Need to work out more to do these long sessions. There's a lot of stuff I need to... There's a lot of things. I'm not necessarily in, like, the worst shape of my life at 34, but... yeah. "10-hour gaming sessions, streaming sessions especially, are rough. They are a lot more rough on me now than back in 2015 and 2016 when I was doing 24-hour marathons like every weekend.
It's him.
You've done well to make it this far. Let me tell you something about him. Mr. Sullivan. When he was a little boy,
The blood texture quality? Yeah, Eileen's blood effect is very pixely. I need to mess around some more with the emulator settings and see if I can figure out how to make that look better.
stains and corruption of this world. At the orphanage, he learned of the 21 sacraments, the only way to purify her. He then performed the ceremony of the Holy Assumption and created this twisted world. Now, he's become nothing more than an inhuman killing machine. Well, he's dead now, but he's still trying to complete the 21 sacraments. His boyhood desire to return to the bosom of his birth has divided him. Now his child self has manifested itself in this world. And soon he's planning to finish his work, the 21 sacraments. Number 20. The Mother Reborn.
Think you would ever do a big marathon with Enigma and the other gentleman again? The other gentleman.
Number 21.
Probably at some point. If not a like a scarathon or a charity event, perhaps like a GDQ or something like that in the future.
Too late. Follow the crimson tome. Stop him. If not, wherever you run, he will catch you. Find him. His true location. It must be nearby. You must kill him. You must kill him. Kill. 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 Hurry. She's being taken over. She's number 20. The mother was born. The Crimson Tome. Obey the Crimson Tome. Kill him.
Shattered Memories was also released on PlayStation 2. It was.
Kill.
It originally came out on Wii, then it was ported to PS2 and ported to PSP.
Kill. Kill.
Kill. Are you killing yet? Kill. Kill. Don't even remember the G-Man being in Silent Hill 4. Who was that guy? The guy popping out of the ceiling? That is Joseph Schreiber. He's the journalist that lived in room 302 before Henry. And he was Walter's 15th victim, I believe. All right, take it easy, deadbeat. Have a good one. Fuck. Getting tired. We are almost done, though. We're almost done with Silent Hill 4. That's it. I'll get to Origins and Shattered Memories tomorrow. I don't want to force myself to play another 6-ish hours of Silent Hill tonight, as much as I would love to do the whole marathon in one sitting. That was my original plan when I was sitting here thinking about it. And in my head, I always try and do the math where I'm like, oh, if I skip some of the scenes and speedrun decently, it's like 2 hours per game. I should be done around 10 hours. And here we are nearing the 10-hour mark. And I'm not even done with 4, let alone Origins and Shattered Memories.
Eileen?
Tomorrow, what time? I'm not sure exactly. Keep an eye on my Twitter, @NubZombie. And I'll try to tweet out a few hours before going live. And I'll tweet again whenever I'm going live. But it'll probably be around the same as tonight. Last night, whatever. 10 hours ago. Around 10 or 11 p.m. Eastern. Hey, Caterfly. Glad you're enjoying it. We could get Richard's revolver there, but we don't need it. We don't need it. Where's Dad? Dad, can't see your face. Dad. Dad. Why do I have a dad, but some of my friends have a Dad? Dad! Hey, Dad! Better not fucking forget those all-dressed chips. In the middle of the Silent Hill 1 playthrough on YouTube, streams. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy the stuff on YouTube. And of course, obligatory shout out to Sci-Fi Guy, Dorian House, who does all of the YouTube channel stuff. and re-uploads stream archives for me and for all of you to enjoy. And obligatory mention of my playlist here on Twitch. If you type !VODS, VODS, in chat here on Twitch, you can get a link to my collections, my Silent Hill collections archive. It is almost 500 hours long. Like 500 hours. It's almost 500 hours long of in-depth story playthroughs, challenge runs, marathons, and all sorts of Silent Hill content from over the last 7 years. It's a lot of stuff in the playlist here on Twitch that has never been on YouTube. So if you manage to go through all the YouTube stuff and you're like, I've seen all the videos, you're not even close. You're not even close.
Mommy? Mommy? Why won't you wake up? Henry? I get... my head. Mommy? Henry? That boy. I have to help him.
Oh yeah. Eileen is big possessed. Umbilical cord. It stinks.
Mommy? Why did you leave me? I'm scared. I'm so scared. It's dark. I'm so scared. Mommy? 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 Are you asleep? Mommy? I'll wake you up. I will.
Do you think we'll get more Silent Hill cosmetics for DBD? Maybe. It's another one of those things where Konami just has to sign off on it. They don't have to do any actual work. It's just up to the behavior devs if they want to make more. We're getting a second chapter, a second Resident Evil chapter for Dead by Daylight. So another Silent Hill chapter could always potentially be a thing. Mr. X? Mr. X? No, the second Resident Evil chapter is going to be Wesker. Wesker's going to be the killer, Rebecca and Ada as survivors. Yeah, and a big rework to The Raccoon City Police Department map. Complete global saturation. Book of Memories map. What killer would be fit as another for Silent Hill chapter? Someone humanoid like Walter, or a monster from one of the cult's rituals? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of good creatures and enemies in Silent Hill that could potentially work as DVD killers. But then you could do humanoid stuff if they're going to have Wesker for the next Resident Evil chapter. Why not Walter? Why not Walter? Howard the Mailman. Or we could get something like that and get a chapter for the later Silent Hill games. Get the Butcher or the Boogeyman as a killer. And like Travis and Murphy as survivors or something. I wouldn't be too happy about that. But I know a lot of Silent Hill fans who would be, so. It's not all about me, is it? Laura? They'd have to do Laura aged up. Can't be killing underage kids in DBD. Valtiel? Valtiel's not really an enemy. You never fight him. Alright, fuck it. We should be good. Can't Mori Laura? More than just the Moris. Like, the behavior devs have said outright, like, all of their characters have to be adults. They're all 18 and up. They can't have children being smacked around by, you know, machetes and chainsaws and put on meat hooks. Whether there's a Mori animation or not. Why does everything taste red? Looks more hopeful with newest killer coming. Yeah, with the Dredge, at the very least, like, they're branching out from humanoid style killers and we're getting more abstract, like, creatures and monsters. So I like that DBD's going in that direction. I hope we get more stuff like the Dredge. Don't think Laura would be worth doing anyways? Nah. I'd say most Silent Hill fans that play DBD that like want more DBD skins or characters, the top two that people really want to see are Maria and Harry, which, yeah, I would love Harry Mason to be a survivor. But as far as killer goes, damn, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff you could potentially use from Silent Hill.
Hey there, little Walter. Just a little longer now. Henry.
New DBD killer, the Float Stinger.
Last of the 21 cycle.
Fly around the map as a giant fucking moth.
The receiver of wisdom.
That would be badass, but survivors would hate that. I would love a flying killer in general in DBD, but I have no fucking clue how the hell you would balance that. Activate ability to fly, working kind of like Nurse. It would have to have such a big cooldown and... oh my god. Like, functionally, I'm sure you could make it work, but... balance-wise, it feels like a flying killer would just be insane to try to balance with the rest of the game. True, and then there's like indoor maps where you can't really get like vertical usage of the map. Like, I'm gonna play the flying, you know, float stinger killer or whatever. Flying killer in DBD, and then you get sent to Larry's. Then you get sent to Larry's. It's like, what do you do there? Bye, Eileen. And goodbye, Walter. All right, and that is Silent Hill 4. We did 2, 3, and 4 back to back in 10 hours. Just under 10 hours. As said, I was originally planning on doing Origins and Shattered Memories as well, but I'm going to save that for tomorrow. I'll try to be on around, we'll say, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you want to know for sure whenever I go live, you can always follow me on Twitter @NubZombie. Exactly the same as my Twitch. But enjoy the worst possible ending in Silent Hill 4. The Walter gets what he wants ending. Because Walter never did anything wrong, and he deserves to... just let him have... it's a shitty fucking apartment. Just let him have it. But we're letting Walter have a nice thing in his life for once. But yeah, enjoy the ending. I'll be back after the credits. But that's going to be it for me tonight. And then I'll be back on tomorrow for Origins and Shattered Memories. Come on, look at him. Look how happy he is.
Mom, I'm home. I won't let anyone get in my way.
This is not a dream.
Gonna
What's
stay
happening
with
to
you
this place?
forever.
And now the news.
Chris Doyle too, thank you for the raid. Although we are at the very end of the stream.
And a sixth severely wounded female were discovered. The woman was immediately
But thank you, I still appreciate it. Hope you had a good time, had a good stream.
She has been identified as a Miss Eileen Galvin of Ashfield. The last body discovered was found in room 302 of the South Ashfield Heights apartments. It is believed to be that of its occupant, Henry Townsend. The body was reportedly disfigured beyond recognition, making identification impossible. Once again, we've got late-breaking news. 5 unnamed police officers have been found dead for reasons unknown in the South Ashfield Heights apartments, along with its superintendent, Mr. Frank Sunderland. All other residents of South Ashfield Heights have been rushed to St. Jerome's Hospital, many complaining of severe chest pain. These strange incidents are similar to the ones which occurred in Silent Hill some years ago. More news to follow.
Deep in the forest night, children dance the waltz. They laugh, whispering hand in hand, just like children like to do. Their eyes, what are they looking for? White dress flutters the beat. Their song starting to make some sense. Only if you're listening. Dance, dance like butterflies. Shadows appear right before my eyes. Sound
well, that does it for me tonight. Still a really good stream. Solid 10 hours of Silent Hill. Nice little mini marathon there with Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4. I'll be back tomorrow night. We'll do Silent Hill Origins and Shattered Memories so I can finish up with my PlayStation 2 emulator testing. And I'm working on setting up some emulation stuff for some of the other games. I'm going to try and get Shattered Memories working on Dolphin with Wii controls, because Dolphin can actually run Shattered Memories very, very well. You just have to have basically a Wii controller to configure controls and make them work nicely. I'm going to try emulating PlayStation 3 for the first time ever. I've never messed around with PS3 emulation. It's gotten a lot better over the last couple years. So I'm going to try doing PS3 emulation and see how Homecoming and Downpour work on RPCS3, the PlayStation 3 emulation. So we'll do that at some point. Probably not tomorrow, but maybe in the next week or two. So look forward to that as far as upcoming Silent Hill